I did do abusive things. I did mentally and emotionally abusive things. It was very, I want to hurt you as much as you are hurting me. I'm not all bad and Beck is not all good, but that is the way that people are viewing the whole situation.
Hi everyone. Hi Amber. Hopefully you're watching. Probably not, but fingers crossed. I'm in the middle of making Shaped by the Algorithm, episode 11, and I came across this.
I need to be strict with myself because I can't die early. I don't want to, like.
I don't know, hopefully you see this, and hopefully you see the little clip of you from 5 years ago, talking about how you don't want to die early, because there's quite a few people worried about you, because you are getting older. I'm getting older. I'm starting to get grey hairs in my beard now. Before you know it, another 5 years will have passed. So yeah, hopefully you see this, and hopefully it helps. Hopefully it gives you a little push to lose some weight. That's it really. Just wanted to hopefully show you this and make you remember what you were thinking 5 years ago, and hopefully it helps in some way. 3 years ago, I thought Amberlynn Reid deserved compassion, empathy, a second chance. But knowing what I know now, I don't even think she deserves to have a platform on YouTube. My turning point came when I watched her on a live stream with her ex-partner Beck. I saw how she mistreated Beck. I remember I ripped up me Ambaby shirt. I made a t-shirt in support of Amber. I ripped that up. And from that day on, I've never supported Amber again. That's it, I'm out. Not an Ambaby anymore. And I've only watched 4 minutes of this. But what I saw that day was only a glimpse of what Beck endured behind closed doors. The full truth is far more disturbing. This is Beck's story, a story of manipulation, control and emotional abuse at the hands of the self-proclaimed empath, Amberlynn Reid.
Happy birthday to you. Many more birthdays to you.
I'm trying to sing.
Many more birthdays to you. Many more birthdays, dear Rebecca. Many more birthdays.
Yeah, I do prefer to be called Beck now. I mean, I really don't mind too much when people say Becky, I guess because I was Becky my whole life. But, I mean, my mom wanted me to be called Rebecca. It didn't go her way, so I'm just going to go by Beck.
Beck was born and raised in Somerset, Kentucky, where countless memories were made with their large, close-knit family.
The best memory I have is probably whenever we would go to bed at night. Dad would always like to stay up later and watch like boxing and whatnot. And I would go lay in the bed with my mom, and my mom would sing me stuff. She would sing Mama's Little Baby Loves Shortening Bread. You know, I absolutely love my family. I love my family with all my heart, and being around them just makes me feel so happy. I have always been very into like drawing and coloring and, you know, just being creative, writing a lot. Sometimes I still don't think I can really draw, you know? Whenever I put the camera on whatever I'm drawing, automatically I'm overly critiquing it.
Beck always struggled with self-doubt, not just about their drawings, but about who they were.
Deep down, I always knew there was something different about me.
I'm a girl. I'm supposed to like boys. And, whenever I was finally in my late teens, I was able to come to terms that I was a lesbian. I wasn't born a boy. So that was another big upset for my parents, And then I am not straight. I'm a lesbian.
As they grew older, they wrestled with their sexual and gender identity.
I was already having like gender dysphoria. I wore makeup to school every day, thick black eyeliner and some crazy ugly eyeshadow color. But I never really felt comfortable in that. I was just going with the flow.
Later in life, they'd finally embrace being non-binary.
I was taught to believe that being anything other than a straight Christian woman is wrong.
Beck grew up in a religious household and even attended a Christian school up until the 10th grade. They were eventually placed into a public high school. Beck felt out of place, being shy and struggling to make friends in this new environment. It was here where Beck was able to come to terms with their true identity.
I go to Fall Academy, and that's where I meet my first boyfriend. That was also around the time that I met 3 of my really good friends. One which ended up becoming like my girlfriend, my first girlfriend.
The pieces started falling into place. Beck realized they weren't straight.
I fell in love with her so quick. So quick. It was ridiculous. I broke it off with the boyfriend. I felt really, really bad, but I couldn't keep lying to him anymore. Then me and her started dating a few days later.
For the first time, it seemed like they had found someone who truly understood them. But just as things were beginning to make sense, a streak of bad luck was soon to follow. Beck and their girlfriend struggled to maintain their relationship under the crushing weight of secrecy. Hiding their sexuality took a toll, creating distance and uncertainty between them.
She broke up with me on that day, and it broke my heart. And I had nobody to be there for me, nobody who could console me, because, I couldn't talk to my parents, and I couldn't talk to my siblings. There was nobody I could talk to.
Though Beck felt alone, they found themselves able to confide in an unlikely person, their 2-year-old nephew Sean. After school, Beck would often visit their sister's house, where Sean greeted them with open arms, offering the unconditional love and acceptance that Beck so desperately needed during that time.
Sean was like my best friend. So that day, I tried to, keep it together as much as I could because my poor little heart was broken. My sister goes to work, and I'm sitting on the couch bawling my eyes out. He crawled up in my lap, hugged me, and then he got up and he took me to his room, and he pulled out his football helmet, and he grabbed this big rubber ball, and he took me into the hallway. He put the helmet on, and he made me stand at one end of the hallway, and he stood at the other, and he wanted me to throw it, and he would try to headbutt it with the football helmet. So it was fun. It actually, it made me feel a lot better. He consoled me. He was there. Monday, I got off the bus, and Sean was not at the window. He wasn't at the door. It was weird. I'm like, okay, what's going on? It just kept getting later and later. Finally, they, call me, and they're just being very calm. Like, he's just not doing very good. He's being rushed in an ambulance to Lexington. He had pneumonia. He was absolutely fine that Friday. Absolutely fine that Friday. He had pneumonia. A whole bunch of other stuff started going wrong. He was brain dead that morning, and they decided to take him off of life support because there's no coming back from that. It's been a lot to try to overcome and to try to heal from, and it gets pretty easy to talk about with time, but I'm not gonna sit here and say that it still doesn't hurt, because it was a lot. It was a lot.
The hurdles in Beck's life seemed endless. Beck would be on and off with their first girlfriend, and they would write one another letters, wherein they revealed the love they had to keep hidden.
Yeah, Mom confronted me about the letters and, said a whole bunch of hurtful stuff. And then made me choose, to never see my girlfriend again and be straight. I ended up having to leave because I chose to not hide myself anymore, no matter, what situation that was going to put me in.
At first, Beck's mother, Norma, struggled with their coming out. Her initial reaction was far from supportive, but over time, she came to accept Beck for who they truly were, realizing that above all else, she just wanted her child to be happy.
My relationship with my mother now is stronger than it was back then. She's awesome. She's, still my mom. She's protective. She's loving. She's giving. She's also, like a best friend. I can talk to her anytime I want. I can go over to her house, watch movies, play games. It's just, anything.
Over the years, Beck would continue to experience heartbreak after heartbreak.
My first girlfriend wanted to be with a man, so we broke up. The next girlfriend had the boyfriend, ended up choosing him in the end, and I'm gone. And then the third one cheated on me in the parking lot with a dude. And then this next one stopped being intimate with me. Turns out she was watching dude porn. And, it just felt really crappy. Earlier in my life, I had become biphobic because of everything I'd went through. But growing up from that, I began to realize, sexuality isn't something that you can help. It's not something you can control. It's for a lot of people on a spectrum.
Despite the many failed relationships, Beck still held out hope that one day they would find true love.
How did you and your girlfriend start talking? She was actually a subscriber and she watched one of my videos and she noticed there was a lot of hate.
And the comments were so freaking terrible. I'm like, God, this girl's gonna kill herself. So I messaged her and I'm like, you're so pretty and beautiful and
Oh my gosh.
yeah.
And she sent me a message and she was just like, you're really beautiful. The haters don't know what they're talking about. I don't know. It was really sweet.
She messaged me back and we started texting, and we decided that we wanted to.
We started texting after a hot minute. Don't even.
I enjoyed talking to her. She was funny, always had something interesting to say. She was just fun. But I also was still very guarded. I did not want to rush into anything.
I'm used to people being very, I'm in love with you, Amberlynn. Crystal and Destiny, especially Destiny. She fell in love with me, really quickly, so.
It was taking me a long time to, ask her to be my girlfriend and to give her, pet names and stuff. It took me a little while, and she didn't really like that very much. She was just kind of like, why aren't you more affectionate? Why don't you have a pet name for me? Those kind of things.
My question for you is, did you like me?
I did.
Or did you have a crush on me?
I did.
Okay. Didn't seem like it. So finally we decided, I want to say it was maybe a month after just texting, we decided to meet in person.
I was shocked and alarmed whenever I first met her and realized her size, but I wasn't trying to be judgmental about it.
Yeah, but then whenever we met, it was really awkward. Neither one of us touched our food.
Nope. And then we sat in her car for it was a couple hours.
Yeah,
just talking. Yeah, I didn't think she liked me at first because there was no flirty, no hand holding.
I'm old-fashioned, okay?
I know, it's cute.
I don't know, I was terrified. Absolutely terrified. To give myself room to love.
It's cute. Like, it's refreshing. I kind of needed that because I kind of move quickly. So,
I like to move slow, turtle pace.
yeah.
Because, you know, maturity and slow motion.
And I'm like what moves really fast?
A hair.
My first impression of her was I thought she was gonna. Wait, what was that? I thought you were gonna be shorter and fatter.
Shorter and fatter. I mean, you got the fatter part right, but.
And then I felt better when she actually told me that I'm prettier in person. So I was like, oh, thanks. And then I even told her in text, like, this is so Amberlynn and I'm so stupid. I was like, I wish we could have kissed or held hands.
She freaking did, and I'm just like, are you kidding? On the first date? What?
Baby, I distinctively asked you before we met. I was like, do you do that? And you said yes.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to be like, you know, no, not at all. And then you should be like, okay, I don't want to date you.
Girl, just be you. Just be yourself.
Just be yourself. Apparently you weren't happy with me being myself.
Obviously, look at us now.
On the day that I asked Amber to be my girlfriend, we were having a Netflix and chill type of date. I was really into the movie and Amber wanted to make out and cuddle.
Like, she wanted to watch movies and I'm over here like...
Because I wanted to hang out with you.
Can't focus.
I told her I didn't want to in that moment because I was into the movie and this started a fight between us. This was the fight that she essentially told me she had many people lined up who wanted to date her, and if I didn't hurry up, she would find somebody else. I did like her at the time, and I didn't want to lose her yet, so then I asked her to be my girlfriend.
Even though things moved faster than Beck had hoped, they were optimistic about their relationship with Amber. Amber's relationship with Destiny had just ended, but she seemed ready to move on.
And, you know, at first, everything was going good. Everything was fine. Everything was fun.
I spent the whole weekend with Becky and her family. We went and saw her other extended family, and it was a great time. Show her.
That's my sister. Amberlynn.
Becky, I haven't put on makeup or anything. Go.
My brother-in-law over there. Yeah, we're just having a good time.
I truly loved her family. They were very welcoming and kind, and they were so funny. Like, I love that so much. And I feel like it's really important that when I'm in a relationship with someone, like, I can get along with their family and vice versa.
At the time, Beck was living with two close friends from high school, Eric and his husband Ricky. Meanwhile, Amber, fresh from her breakup with Destiny, was left alone in the apartment they had once shared. Their relationship had only just begun when Amber made a sudden decision. She would move in with Beck and their roommates.
To those of you who have been asking and wondering, yes, I am moving and I'm going to start the packing process today. Very grateful to have Becky here to help me.
And it's just like, you know, I was still very reserved and keeping my feelings to myself. Like, I literally do not know why she wanted to date me so bad. I don't get it. Because I wasn't ready for a relationship whenever we got together. But I cared about her and liked her. I didn't want to lose her.
At first, things seemed to be going well. Amber got along with Beck's family and friends, and the two quickly settled into their new life together.
I knew it!
Show the winner! Show the winner.
Not long after moving in, Amber encouraged Beck to quit their job as a woodworker and focus instead on helping with her YouTube channel.
Yes, in the beginning, she did make it seem that me quitting my job would be beneficial for my health and that it wouldn't be so hard on me anymore. But I learned very quickly that whenever I did quit my job, that it was just a control tactic. She said she wanted to be the main breadwinner.
Together, they filmed their lives, going on dates, shopping, and even taking vacations. Beck also became a regular in Get to Know You and Challenge videos, where they and Amber sat down to share glimpses of their personalities and relationship.
What happens if it's like super disgusting? Is it a lot?
I really didn't put a lot because I don't know if this is safe.
What the fuck?
What's my number one fear?
Being alone.
No. Trypophobia.
Fuck.
On the surface, it looked like they enjoyed creating content together, but behind the scenes, it was very different.
So I never wanted to be in the vlogs or vlog myself, but she would hand me the camera and be like, "You're vlogging today." And if I said I didn't want to, she would say, "Well, you're working for me." In the end, me quitting my job wasn't about helping me. It was about controlling me and keeping me under her thumb.
As their relationship progressed, and despite not having a license and claiming to suffer from severe car anxiety, Amber would make a surprising purchase: a car.
We got it about a week ago and I love it. We both love it. It's just the car she had prior was really bad.
Becky's car was about to eat the dust. And then without that, I wouldn't have a car to go to a doctor. I wouldn't have a car to, be responsible. So it was literally about to heal out. So I feel like for me, it was a very responsible thing to do.
At first, it seemed like a generous gesture, but in reality, the decision was far more self-serving. Amber needed a chauffeur, someone to take her wherever she wanted to go. More often than not, that meant endless trips to the grocery store or restaurants.
We go out every single day. When was the last time we actually stayed home for the full day? Never. And
I wish we would.
Right?
I just want to sit at home in my pajamas for just one day.
Tomorrow. We don't have anywhere to go tomorrow, do we? Oh.
Do we?
The bank.
I don't want to drive anywhere.
Okay, we don't have to. We don't have to.
Despite how well they seemed to be doing, there were a few overwhelming issues. The two would often get into arguments. Sometimes this would be over petty things.
Most likely to start an argument.
You.
You're so small. Okay, most likely to start an argument, go. Bish, please. Baby.
I'm serious. I'm being so serious right now.
You really think so?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm the one that likes to keep the peace. And then every time you start, I'm just like, oh God. Here we go. What did I do?
That's so sad, baby. I love you.
Other times, they would argue about more important issues.
What do we argue about the most? My
There's a
feelings.
lot. Yeah. Amberlynn's extreme feelings. Your feelings.
I know, I feel so much and too much.
And sometimes it's like
Irrational.
sometimes.
I feel like single people don't understand relationships, obviously. I don't understand because it's like, if you're in a relationship or you're married or something, do you guys not argue? Or are you guys just prim and proper, constantly trying to be the perfect sculpture for your partner? That's a fake relationship. That's not real.
Another prominent issue in their relationship was Amber's weight. Even though they left the house almost every day, Amber's mobility issues would get in the way. Beck and Amber would often be unable to go on dates that required any strenuous physical activities, leaving them with little to do besides go out to get food and sit at home.
There is literally so much stuff to do here. Pumpkin patch, barnyard ball zone. Oh my gosh. Corn maze, which I'm excited about. Let's do this. So I went and I tried to do the corn maze with everyone, and I wasn't 5 minutes in until I had to literally stop. This just shows that how my weight really is getting in the way of just, normal things. I'm 26 years old. I should be able to do laps in the corn maze and be fine with it. But 5 minutes in, I was like, I can't breathe. My heart's beating too quickly because it's hills. It's not on flat land, and I just feel ashamed. Does Amberlynn's weight ever bother Becky?
No. I tend to walk faster. So she kind of gets left behind sometimes. So I have to stop, slow down, and then she catches up.
Unless I got tennis shoes on.
Yeah.
Don't lie.
Does Becky want to lose weight with you? Yeah, she wants to help me, and I want to help her and stuff. The reason why things haven't lasted for me in the past is because I was very alone. I was doing it alone.
Having both struggled with their weight for years, Beck and Amber decided to do what the best couples do, encourage each other to be better. Together, they would embark on a competitive weight loss journey.
Becky and I are doing a weight loss wars. How we're doing this is we're seeing who can lose the most weight. But obviously, since she's smaller than me, we're not actually going by weight. We're going to be going by percentages. What we're going to do is each week we're going to put $10 or $20 in a jar. And at the end of the 3 months, whoever loses the most weight in percentages is going to be the one to take that money and do whatever they want with it. We're 88.6. Now Becky's going to step on. So this is going to be her starting weight.
Whenever I first met Amberlynn, I was 280, and now I'm down to 266.6. I'm pretty happy about that. I'm hoping with the whole, drinking more water, eating better, eating the right portions, not going over my calorie intake, that's what's going to help.
I'm also going to put the serving size and how many calories. I think that's also going to help Becky too, because she's very new to the whole calorie counting world, and I really want to help her when it comes to counting calories. That's really important to me. I want to make it easy for her, and also want to make it easy for me, because easiness will help you with success.
At first, things were promising. They were making great progress, encouraging each other to keep pushing forward.
Do you want to keep going? You don't have to stop because of me.
Yeah. I'll keep going.
Do your thing, girl. Actually, I'm gonna keep going too.
Are you?
I am.
Okay.
Let's do this thing.
Our weight loss journey is going pretty good so far. I'm feeling okay about it. Amberlynn's feeling a little today, but we all have those days.
For Amber, who had long claimed to struggle with binge eating disorder, adjusting to a new lifestyle was challenging, but they both tried their best to remain positive.
I woke up just in a really bad mood. I don't know if it's because last night I really wanted chocolate and ice cream and chips, and I knew I couldn't have any of that because I'm restricting myself so hard. I just want to update everyone. I did not eat anything extra last night. A lot of people believe in moderation, and I feel like I'll get there one day. I just need to lose some more weight and just eat healthier and understand my body more. What do you have to say about that, Rebecca?
I like it.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it. I think this is one of my most favorite meals that you've made.
Really?
Yeah.
Her going for a walk. Look at that baby.
All in all, I've lost 17 pounds since I weighed 280. Within this week, I have lost 4.4 pounds. My percentage this week was 1.65%.
I have done so good this week. This is the best I've ever ate in my life.
I've been doing good. I haven't had any bad cravings within the last few days.
This week I've lost 8.2 pounds. That's amazing. Overall, I'm down 16.6 pounds. That excites me a lot.
The only time I did mess up was yesterday at my mom's house. I had a blow pop. I had a sucker, and that's the only time I messed up.
It's okay, baby.
So
it's a lifestyle change.
Yes.
And I know Becky said that she had a sucker, and I don't want her to feel guilty about it. I did not. I'm not trying to brag or anything. I just want to let you guys know that there has been tons of temptations, and I'm proud of myself.
I'm pretty proud about the 4.4 pounds that I've lost in a week. I think I'm doing good.
I don't know. I'm just very proud. So percentage for this week that I lost is 1.67. So I did beat Becky. This is Weight Loss Wars. I did beat Becky only by 0.02.
Changing the diet, exercising. It was paying off for them, slowly but surely. That wouldn't last.
Not only do I have, binge eating, but I am a food addict, and I eat emotionally, whether it's from happiness or from sadness or joy. My parents, they spent the majority of their money on drugs. I was afraid when I'd be eating again. I also turned to food because I was scared of everything around me. Food for both of us clearly was a comfort, and so we relate,
I mean, I would definitely say yours is way more extreme than mine.
It doesn't matter. We still understand each other,
Yeah.
Amber had succumbed to her urges and binged, destroying the progress that had been made. But what was worse was her behaviour towards Beck during her binges.
I'm just proud of myself, even though, trust me, I feel guilty for binging because it's not me when I'm binging. Like, Becky has been there when I binge, and she tries to help me. Sorry. And like, I get mad. I got mad because obviously I don't drive, and I don't even know if this is something I want to be honest about, but it's like, I just get very angry if I don't get my way during a binge, and I feel like I'm being possessed by somebody because it's not who I am. And I remember after the binge, which was, I regret it, but I remember after the binge, Becky was like, you were really mean to me because I kept saying no. And I was like, I don't even remember that. I'm not like that, like when I'm not binging. Do you get what I mean? And I just feel bad, and it's like, I don't know, like, I'm upset that I did that, but then it's like, I'm also proud that it's only been twice this month. So let's just move on to the weigh-in, please.
In all of Amber's relationships, a pattern had emerged. When she couldn't binge, she became aggravated and cruel. Beck was no exception to this behaviour. Though Amber later claimed she didn't even remember being mean, she had admitted to similar behaviour in past relationships with Crystal and Destiny.
When this happens, she needs to stay away from me or she's gonna get it. Okay, that sounded bad, but I just get really bitchy and stuff.
Destiny will try to help me all the freaking time, but I get mad. Say I'm eating some ice cream or something. She will look at me and say, Amberlynn, you do not need that. And I will get mad at her because I will be like, you're not my mother. Like, you don't tell me what to do. And this happens very frequently.
Amber would often downplay the severity of her behaviour towards Beck.
Situation is, I really am not in control. I really feel like I'm not in control. So I just say, hey, Becky, can you go to Walmart? And usually there's no ifs, ands, or buts. She usually just does it. And she'll say, okay, send me what you want. And I send her what I want, and there's never really any sort of communication other than, okay, she goes and gets it, and she brings it home.
You've said that you get mad at Becky when she won't drive you to get food. What kind of things do you do? What do you say? I'm very curious if you are as abusive as people make you out to be. Maybe Becky could answer this question too. I get internally mad. I ain't a bitch to her or anything. People exaggerate shit, lol. In reality, Amber's behaviour was far more manipulative and abusive than she wanted people to believe.
She would eat copious amounts of food, and whenever I wouldn't give it to her or she wouldn't get it, she would just be really upset and angry about it, and the binge monster would come out. And well, that's what she called it. It was actually just her kind of being a toddler about it. She would beg. Sometimes she would just be like, please, please, will you go get me this or that? It would just sort of turn into like a guilt trip, like, why don't you love me? Why don't you want me to be happy? And she would just kind of be a bit of a bully about things if she wasn't getting her way.
Amber believed that by revealing her horrible behaviour to her audience, that it would make them sympathetic or even proud of her for being so honest. But it did the opposite.
When I was talking about binge eating and how I kind of got upset with Becky when she was saying no to me, people were using that story and those feelings against me instead of saying, wow, Amberlynn, I'm proud of you for being honest.
Amber weaponized her supposed BED diagnosis as an excuse to be cruel to her partners, as if the outbursts weren't her, and this pattern persisted throughout her entire relationship with Beck. Years later, Amber would disclose that she had actually been misdiagnosed with BED, which meant all those times she blamed her actions on her disorder were just excuses. The abusive behaviour she had tried to separate herself from was entirely her own.
I was diagnosed with binge eating disorder, but was I misdiagnosed? But I am not a binge eater. I do not have binge eating disorder.
I think the binge monster was very much like an excuse for like a food addiction. If I was craving, like if my food addiction was like craving chocolate or something and I couldn't get it, like it gave me anxiety because I felt like I had to have it.
Though Beck would try to stand up to Amber, it quickly became clear that there was no reasoning with her. Amber's lifelong history of bullying people in her life had clearly not ended with Beck.
That day that did happen and she did binge, I did eventually give in.
Please don't blame yourself.
I know.
That's one thing I don't want you to do because it's not your fault.
You know, after a few times saying no, I was just like, all right, but no more. And I took her, and then, you know, the next day, we both didn't feel good.
Despite being the reason for the failure of their health journey, Amber still needed to feel superior to Beck.
I didn't get a soda, but I did get sweet tea.
I will say, I still have only been drinking water. During a binge, trust me, I'd love to have some soda, but
She's actually been stronger with me with the water thing.
It's weird though, because like, I just feel my body wanting water. I don't feel like I ever really crave soda anymore, so that's good.
People were obviously concerned with how Amber was treating Beck, but the way Amber justified it to herself and to Beck was even more concerning.
People think I abuse you already.
She does not. God, I would never say with someone who was abusive toward me. That would never happen. Like,
there is a difference between, there is emotional abuse and physical abuse.
Yeah, that's happened to both.
People think I emotionally abuse you.
No. She just...
I get snippy because
You do get
so
snippy, oh my God.
moody. I am, but it's not just me, honey. But I ain't gonna air dirty laundry.
I tend to sit quietly and brood.
Whatever.
I do, and then that's whenever people notice me doing it in your videos, and I don't even know I'm doing it.
No relationship is perfect.
Exactly.
As much as you guys want to believe it, like, I think what was just the craziest to me about our last weigh-in is like me and you were completely like raw and honest. Like I was like, yeah, like I got a little like angry because I couldn't, like, you wouldn't let me binge. You know what I'm saying? People were like, you are abusive, you are disgusting, Becky doesn't deserve you. And I was like, have you been in a relationship before? Have you been married? Do you have a girlfriend, boyfriend? What's going on? Like, I feel like it's only single people who have said this, because there is no way that you're in a relationship and you guys have never been mean to each other at least once. It happens. People get angry. People are not perfect. Relationships are not perfect. Like, this relationship is wonderful, but things happen.
Despite this major setback, Beck and Amber didn't want to give up on bettering themselves.
Like I said earlier, I'm thinking about joining a gym.
This seemed like an opportunity for Amber to make amends for her mistreatment. I know I was awful to you when you didn't give in to me cravings. Let's join a gym, I'll be better. But before long, Amber already talked herself out of it.
So, about the gym, I have been reading your guys' comments like mad today. I want to say the majority of people think I should not join a gym because it is far away and people don't think I'm going to be consistent with it, and people think I'm going to be wasting my money. I think I'm going to hold off on the gym, which really makes me sad. I feel bad because I don't drive and Becky was not looking forward to going to the gym, and I don't want to make her drive me there every single day because it was going to be about 45 minutes away from here. So I would feel way too bad about that, and I don't want to make her do anything she doesn't want to do.
Amber would come up with a myriad of excuses to justify not going to the gym, including claiming Beck was the one who didn't want to go. This seemed extremely unlikely, given how determined Beck had been from the very start.
I honestly don't think Becky wants to do it. The gym is my idea. I'm trying to let Becky know, like, it'll be a good thing. It'll be a good thing. And she's like, well, what about gas money? It'll be a lot of gas because the gym is kind of far away. I'm just trying to let her know it'll be worth it. It'll be fun. It'll be something we could do together. And I don't know. And she's kind of self-conscious, but I mean, if she doesn't want to join the gym, she doesn't have to. But yeah, it was definitely my idea.
Even though there were initially many reasons, or rather excuses, why they couldn't join the gym, eventually the pair would finally get a gym membership, and their health journey would resume.
Becky all of a sudden had a crazy change of mind where she wants to join the gym because she didn't at first, and I didn't want to force her, so I was like, you know what, never mind, but now she's wanting to do it again, and I'm totally up for it, so...
After Beck's crazy change of mind, they did end up going to the gym, and though neither of them were very active people, their gym experience seemed to go well.
I enjoyed it. Becky enjoyed it. She worked herself up into a sweat, so that's good.
I really enjoyed it, and I felt good, even though I have a slight heart condition where my heart tries to pump before it fills back up with blood. It makes my chest hurt sometimes. So especially after exercising, my chest burns. Amberlynn said it could also be asthma. I don't know. I've not been to an allergy doctor in a really long time.
It really could be, baby.
I don't know, but
yeah, I try to tell her to take it slow at the gym because I don't want you to get hurt.
Yeah, I know. I do.
Like a burning in your chest though is like exercise-induced asthma, which is a thing.
Beck's determination to better themselves was palpable. Amber's enthusiasm for the gym quickly faded.
So I'm at the gym, actually. I'm outside of the gym. I just got done. Becky's still in there. She's almost finished. I just feel hopeless because back when I used to do the gym, like, I could do it for a long time, and now, like, I was only able to do 10 minutes on the treadmill, and then I went on the elliptical for like 5. That's just not good enough. Like, if I'm paying for a membership, I really need to build up my stamina.
Amber had bizarrely gone to the gym with a full face of makeup and going out clothes. This was because she was going to be meeting up with her ex-girlfriend Destiny and Destiny's girlfriend Dana.
I don't normally go to the gym looking like this. I know this is very weird to see me like in full-fledged makeup, but I have plans after this. Destiny and Dana aren't too far away from here, so I'm actually just gonna go walk to where they are. Literally, it's not that far, so I'm just gonna let Becky do her own thing. I don't want to rush her because that's just not right of me. I'm just gonna go hang out with them for a little bit and wait for Becky to be done.
After just 15 minutes of exercise, Amber abruptly left, abandoning Beck at the gym so she could go spend time with her ex. It was no surprise that the audience began to suspect Amber still had feelings for Destiny. These suspicions only grew stronger. Amber and Beck frequently went on double dates with Destiny and Dana, where Amber's behaviour raised even more eyebrows.
Destiny, do you hate me? Yeah. Dana, do you hate me? No, if I did, I would tell you. Exactly.
I did, so.
You're a lie.
On these double dates, Amber appeared to be trying too hard to get Destiny's attention, laughing a little too much and flirting, all right in front of Beck.
Shopping is
Hey, Dana.
complete.
Hey, Dana. Hey.
Becky. Hey, Becky. Hey, Becky. Hey, Becky.
I bought that exact bear for Dana last year.
Oh, I know. You almost said my name, did you? It's like, she's like, for Dana. Why does she always do that?
It's just when people are around each other.
I know. What are you doing? Oh my god. What's up, slut?
Amber never seemed to pass up an opportunity to spend time with Destiny, not even on Valentine's Day.
Becky and I were just gonna kind of like celebrate the day together, but then Destiny just FaceTimed me and she's like, you wanna go on a double date? So I think we're gonna do like a double date, which is really awesome.
Amber would often deny still being in love with Destiny, but it did little to change people's opinions.
Next question is, are you still in love with Destiny? No, I'm not in love with Destiny. I would not go into another relationship while still being in love with an ex. That's stupid. That's just setting you up for all kinds of drama and things that you just don't want. So no, I'm not still in love with Destiny. I love Destiny as a person. I'll always love Destiny. Not in the way that you guys want to make it seem though. I care for her. She's someone that I'm extremely close to, and like that's always going to be like that. Becky loves Destiny. You know, it's that type of love. It's like a friendship love, like how I love Eric.
Does Becky not find it weird you being friends with Destiny? No, me and Destiny are still like really close. Like we're really good friends, and I hope that never changes. And her and Becky and Destiny are also friends, and it's just how it is.
Do you like that Amberlynn and Destiny are still friends? Yeah. I mean, I don't mind at all. I like them.
How does Becky feel about you still hanging out with your ex sometimes?
It was just to a point where I would just agree with Amber when she would say, no, everybody's just seeing things. I don't flirt with Destiny.
Well, Destiny, I really like Destiny. She's really cool. We have a lot of fun together. Me and her can joke around, and you know, we like Dana too, so there's nothing really bad to say about it. So I don't have a problem with it because you can still be friends with your exes. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
The truth was everyone's suspicions were correct. Amber was still in love with her ex-girlfriend. She would reveal this years later.
Why do people assume you're still in love with Destiny? I want to say probably upwards to a year and a half after Destiny and I broke up, I was still in love with her. I was able to separate that though from the love that I felt for Becky.
You wish I was Becky, huh? Yeah, I'm just fucking with you. She shouldn't have moved so fast with Becky if she was still trying to get over me.
Amber had not only entered into a relationship with Beck, knowing full well she was not yet over Destiny, but she had rushed Beck into it. According to Amber herself, she had, as she put it, mentally cheated on Beck.
Did any of you ever have feelings for another person during your relationship? Obviously no. Like, I feel like if you have feelings for someone else while you're in a relationship, that's like mentally cheating. Not good.
Yes.
I'd also detached myself at some point as well. So I didn't really care enough to argue with her about it because she would definitely not like that I would disagree with the fact that she did show that she still had something for Destiny.
Amberlynn said that emotional cheating is cheating, but then she did exactly that.
It wasn't emotional cheating. I think people are so confused with life. Loving someone isn't emotional. I don't know how to explain it. Like, okay, my mom, for example, she still loves my dad.
Okay, yeah, okay. No, you're right.
Like, I don't know.
Read my super chat about
Becky
being
still
switches.
loves people. Like,
There's not a super chat up here.
It's not.
Dear.
I don't know how to explain it. Emotional cheating is very much like flirting with someone.
Wait, so Kate Winslet can't be friends with you, but Destiny can?
The difference is... No. Hold up, Gina.
Oh my God.
The difference is I don't want to have sex with Destiny. You want to have sex with Kate.
I don't want to have sex with Kate.
Yes, you do. You want to lick that clit.
Whatever.
Oh,
whatever.
Sorry.
Through their change in diet and increase in physical activity, the pair were losing weight, and Beck was feeling good about it.
Well, whenever I look down, my angle looks a little different.
Your angle looks different.
Yeah, well, not. I said that wrong. My view's a little different.
No.
I guess it's
it
the
makes
angle
sense.
I'm standing at. My stomach looks slightly smaller. Just slightly. And people, even my family, you know, friends, people tell me, oh, I see a difference in your face. I guess there's, you know, trying to hint around, hey, you have a chin.
Baby, everyone has a chin.
I know, I like to be a little humorous about it. Everybody knows that situation with me. I have a stronger desire to drop the pounds because I find myself wanting to step on the scale every day, even if there's not going to be that much of a change, even if it's a 0.1 of a pound. I want to see it.
Makes you feel good.
It does.
All your hard work is paying off.
Amber had also lost some weight, but she was not as happy about it as Beck.
What about you? What have you noticed?
I don't really know. I feel more energetic, but in a negative way, I feel more moody because no longer can I turn to food constantly when I'm feeling depressed or lonely. So I do feel moody. It's not always just going to be, I think, positive things to this journey. There are going to be some negatives.
Amber resented the fact that she couldn't turn to food anymore, but that wasn't true. She could turn to food, she just couldn't turn to fast food like she was used to eating. It almost seemed like Amber was jealous of Beck's success at weight loss. In Amber's mind, their weight loss was a competition, and she couldn't stand to lose to Beck. Amber had neglected her physical and mental health for years, and the more seriously she took their weight loss journey, the more concerned she became about her overall health. Amber would make an appointment to see a doctor for the first time in several years.
Hi, my name is Amber. I don't have like insurance or anything, but I've been really wanting to see a doctor. I haven't seen one in like probably over 8 years. I know like something I do want to get done is like check and see if I have diabetes. Okay, thank you so much. Bye. I'm scared. Why am I scared? I think it's just because I haven't seen a doctor, you know, in what, almost a decade?
Yeah.
So I'm a little nervous, but yeah. There you guys go.
So we are at the doctor's.
And I'm filling out so much information, and this made me really sad. This is a depression thing that they want you to fill out. And I put 3 on everything besides the last one. The big thing here is I'm on meds. I'm trying not to show like my name or anything. I had to get those today. They're antidepressants. My depression has been really bad and I've been living with it silently. For, I don't know, last few weeks has been horrible. I have really bad, like, crazy mood swings with it. And when I talked to the doctor today, I was very eye-open that a lot of the things that I do on a daily basis is because of my depression. I'm glad I have an answer for why I don't sleep well, or why it's hard for me to concentrate, or why I have these mood swings, or why I overeat. I don't feel motivated to do anything anymore, and it's all because of the depression, and it's just, I don't know. I'm just very happy that I saw a doctor today, and I'm super nervous to see how the lab went, and I'm just hoping for the best, and I just want a bunch of like positivity. I feel like I deserve that much, I guess.
Amber believed her depression was a contributing factor in her overeating, and was hopeful that her medication would help her suppress her cravings. Though the pair had been making good progress, and despite Amber now being medicated, Amber's inability to stop herself from eating would persist. Bad habits would return, and there was little mention of the gym.
So I'm actually gonna have some of these cheddar and sour cream chips. I'll probably have 3 or 4 of these. Actually ended up having 7 of these. I have my chips, I have a Sprite Zero, and I have my Dove. I binged this last week probably 4 times. I overate every single day, and I know exactly why I did it. I have no excuses besides I'm here to be honest and say that I did do it. I weighed 469.4. I was super proud because I was finally in the 460s. I weighed in today at 482.2. In 1 week, I've gained 12.8 pounds.
Amber wouldn't be alone in falling off track. Beck's progress would also come to a halt.
We would start a diet and she would immediately want fast food, so it would set us back. When I was trying to diet on my own and she would not be dieting with me, I would have that constant temptation around me, so I would just give in to it.
I've gained 4.2 pounds.
We haven't been tracking. We've been eating out on the daily. I eat candy on the nightly. I haven't remotely cared about what I was putting in my mouth.
Beck was clearly disappointed in themselves and their lack of progress, but was still hoping to get back on the right path.
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't been to the gym in a little while, but I love going to the gym. It's fun. I like doing the treadmill. I've not worked myself up from anything but the treadmill. I've been having some problems with anxiety, but
Baby, you can always talk.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Because, I mean, you know, I already have a membership and I enjoy doing it whenever I do go. But I'm going to have to work myself up to it.
But this plan wouldn't come to fruition because the real reason for why they had stopped going to the gym would soon become apparent.
I got on the treadmill and I turned it on and I was trying to walk and it wouldn't move. I was too heavy. I got on the elliptical and I pressed play, and every single time I'd start moving, it was like flashing. It was like pause, pause, pause. And it was because I was too big. I literally was like breaking the machine, I feel like. So that's one of the reasons why I'm currently not going to the gym, because it's embarrassing. It's like I can't even fit on the freaking equipment. Like, what?
Beck and Amber would continue to gain weight in almost every way they filmed. Though she was on antidepressants, the bigger Amber got, the more her mental health declined. She would often take out her misery on the most convenient person, Beck.
So today is day 21 of my Wellbutrin. I talked to my doctor and I told her that this is making me become a bitch, and I'm not lying.
I am constantly aggravated. Week 3 was the worst. Week 1, amazing. I felt like just on top of the world. I think it was placebo. I don't know. Week 2, I was back to my normal depression. Week 3, I have experienced worse depression, worst aggravation. I am agitated at everybody and everything. I feel like so mad, but it's like, what am I mad at? It's very frustrating. So I talked to my doctor, and I'm gonna go on a different med.
I was walking on eggshells with Amberlynn. She was really easy to upset, and it wasn't physical. It was very verbally attacking.
A lot of people say you're mean to Becky. I don't know, because I'm horrible.
I don't talk about how I'm feeling. I kind of just like lash out and expect people to understand that it's an illness and it's not like me as a person. Because it's not. Like, this isn't like my personality. Like, I feel like I have a good personality, but this is like something deeper, and I just want it to go away. It's just frustrating.
Amber wasn't the only one battling mental health struggles. Beck had a long history of depression as well.
I got put on depression medicine once, and it drove me crazy. I don't know. I didn't like it. It just made me very mad and agitated, and of course, you know, there's different ones, and you just gotta try different ones. It's just, I don't want to have to keep going back to the doctor and explaining even to different ones what's going on. Just get put on a different medicine, and what if that one don't work, and what if the next one don't work, and who knows.
Over time, their condition worsened. They began appearing less frequently in Amber's videos. When Beck did appear on camera, they would often look distant and withdrawn.
She's dipping her snap peas in this Yoplait. How's that taste?
I look like shit.
Baby, I just got to telling you how sexy you look.
I feel like crap too.
I know, her head hurts, but how does it taste?
I've had a migraine all day. I'm starving.
A lot of people ask, why do you act so nonchalant in videos? Why do you seem so sad?
Why?
Do you want to answer that question? I don't want them to think that it's anything to do with us, because that's a lot of the time, that's like questions that I always get.
Yeah, I know. I've got a few messages before of people being like, are you happy? Are you okay? And I don't answer them because, yes, I am happy. If I wasn't happy, I wouldn't be with you.
And, you know, you also used to suffer really bad from depression. Like, you still do, but you've gotten a lot better.
I still do. I go through my bouts. I'm not on medicine, and I don't talk to anyone, which are probably both really bad factors, but I'm probably going to fix that soon.
But unlike Amber, Beck refused to let their struggles consume them. Overcoming their anxieties about getting help, Beck took the steps to seek treatment, not just for their depression, but for their overall well-being.
If you're wondering, Becky's actually at the doctor right now. I'm so happy for her. I'm so freaking happy for her. She's been struggling with some stuff, and she's getting it taken care of, and you guys have no idea how happy that makes me. How you feeling?
I'm so sleepy.
Are you?
Yeah, they gave me clonidine at the doctor's office, so it's got me very like, I want to go to sleep.
No.
Yeah, at Walmart, she was like, I'm getting really tired of like the medicine kicking in.
That medicine they gave me was not for blood pressure. It's for anxiety. It's to calm you down.
Well, you don't need to be calmed down. You need to be calmed up.
I know. She's like so mellow now. Do you want to talk about your doctor's appointment?
Oh, yeah.
How you went to the doctor and stuff?
I went to the doctor. I'm on my blood pressure medicine, which is really
It's working so good.
generic for Effexor, and it's a antidepressant. It like really made me feel really weird. I still kind of feel weird, like I was spacing out.
Diet after failed diet, Amber continued to overeat. When she craved junk food, there was no reasoning with her. Even when Beck's medication left them drowsy, Amber insisted they drive 2 hours just so she could eat at the Cheesecake Factory.
Becky and I are gonna go to Lexington today, and I know this is like a fat shaming joke that everyone talks about, but yes, we are going to the Cheesecake Factory.
I have not been there in forever.
I did worry about her getting bigger and how it would affect things, but I felt very powerless in this situation.
As a result of her weight, not only would Amber struggle with her mental health, but she would struggle to simply exist.
In the car that I have now, the seatbelt doesn't fit me. Walking anywhere is hard for me. Getting up off my bed and walking to the bathroom, I'm like...
Walking for more than a few minutes became nearly impossible, so she would rely on scooters when they would go grocery shopping.
Like, just being bigger, everything is harder for me. It's been harder for me to walk. My asthma's been worse, and ever since I've been sick, every time I walk, I cough a lot. So I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate for it, but I'm just, you know, being honest. So, you wanna take a picture of me?
Yeah.
Do like the whole cart.
There were times where we did get stared at, and if they were talking about us, I tried my best to tune everything out so I didn't hear it.
Let me see it. What in the world? You wanna do that one?
Yeah, that's cute.
Okay, so send that to me to my phone.
Okay.
It's cute. Me in a freaking scooter. That is not cute. That's why I'm trying to lose weight, because it's ridiculous.
I was extremely embarrassed when she would have me take pictures of her on the scooter for thumbnails. The whole hanging out with her in the scooter, walking around Walmart for hours was embarrassing enough. But it wasn't the scooter that was embarrassing, because I've walked around Walmart with other people who were riding scooters. And what was embarrassing about it was that the cart would be full of stuff, but then she would have me go get a new scooter when the scooter she was on would die. But I would have to ride it back to her and then switch all of her items over from the dead cart to the one that worked. And she would just ride off and keep shopping and leave the dead scooter where it was sitting.
The decline in Amber's mobility made it clear who was in charge of doing all the household chores.
I would do all of the housework, all of the cleaning.
So, Becky's in here scrubbing windows. She just did this one over here. You can use these.
Okay.
And we'll just go to Walmart tonight and get some new toothbrushes.
Okay.
Housework is hard. You know, things like mopping because it hurts my back. Doing the dishes is horrid on my back. I like to do my own laundry, so I'm able to put it in the washer just fine. But Becky has to get it out of the washer for me. I can't even do my own laundry fully by myself. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, the struggles of being me.
Even before reaching the 500s, Amber had never been a fan of doing them.
Becky sometimes randomly wakes up and wants to clean the whole house, like literally top to bottom, which I'm fine with. But her persona changes. She becomes, I don't even know what, like the parent you didn't want. Like, your whole persona completely changes. So when I woke up and she was acting all parental, I'm just like, honey, no. Like, that was about an hour ago.
I just said, will you help me sweep a room?
It's just, we're never in the mood to clean at the same time. Like, nobody, even Eric and Ricky, like,
Baby,
none of us.
You can edit this out, but you're never in the mood to clean.
I'm not editing that out because it's true.
While Amber was living in the townhouse, she had gotten bed bugs. This was after Destiny and her broke up, and we were seeing each other. Amber let it get bad and pretended not to notice. I had bites all over me. I think she probably did too, but maybe didn't want to admit it.
Okay, so how we found out I had bed bugs, they wouldn't touch me. They never bit me, not one time. But Beck, when we first started dating, they would come over and they would always leave with like little bites on them. I go over and I look by the cable hole and there's bed bugs coming. They're coming through the cable hole and going onto the mattress.
I helped her get rid of them, quarantining her clothes and the mattress, and when she eventually moved in with Eric, Ricky, and I, she asked me to lie to them for her. At the time, I felt like I didn't have a choice because I didn't want her to be homeless, and she begged me not to tell them. Eventually, I did tell them the truth, though, and Ricky and Amber had a big fight about it. I should have never lied to them for Amber at the time.
It was really not, it was not good.
Beck wasn't just responsible for taking care of Amber, they also had to care for her animals.
She never cleaned the litter boxes. I always did that. Whenever we first got together and I would visit, there was this room upstairs where the litter boxes would be, but it also had an extra bed in it. And the litter box was just it needed cleaned so bad that there was feces on the bed and on the floor. I was the one who eventually cleaned up the litter boxes. Some people may think that was the first sign to turn around and run, and I should have, but I felt bad for her. At the time, I thought she just needed help, and that was something that Amber could just physically not do, but that's not an excuse to put your animals through that. The bed was beyond saving, and Amber didn't know what to do with it, so she ended up just leaving it behind.
I was living by myself. So, I mean, I have to, do things myself. Do you get what I'm saying? So, guess what that means, y'all? I had to start doing the cat box myself. It was gross, it was hard, but it's, worth it because it's, those are your pets. You want them to have a clean, thing. What the fuck?
Amber's neglect of her cats when she briefly lived alone had not been because of her size, but was instead, once again, due to her laziness. Her lack of mobility would assure that if not for Beck, her animals would not be looked after.
When Beck and I was in a relationship, 95% of the time, it was them who cleaned it. Yes. I think we've made it very clear that I had mobility problems. How could you guys not realize, okay, if Amberlynn can barely wash herself, of course, everything else is going to be hard for Amberlynn as well.
Ashamed of not being able to properly care for her own animals, Amber would often lie to her audience, acting like she could take care of her pets.
The only thing is, Becky helps me with is, I scoop out the litter box, I do the pee and the poop and the this and the that, put new litter in, etc. Daily, on the daily, by the way. And, Becky just sweeps the litter that's around it. So.
Destiny had to clean litter boxes for you. Yeah. I've talked about that before. The smell of cat urine and cat poop used to really get to me. I couldn't breathe around it. It grossed me out, etc., etc. But I have learned to do it myself. Becky does not clean the litter boxes. I think she's done it, a couple times, but I make sure to do it daily, sometimes twice a day. So
When she first moved in with Beck, she left Rarity and Wasabi with Beck's friends, Hannah and Rafe. She claimed it was because their landlord wouldn't allow more pets in the house.
Someone said so she dumped all her pets. No, I have all my pets. It's just where I live. Unfortunately, I couldn't have all three. So Rafe is babysitting Rarity for me. Hannah and Rafe are also watching Wasabi, which has been really good for Rarity. Someone saying why no cats? Honestly, I have no earthly idea. The landlord of this house just don't want us to have any cats. I don't know. The landlord met Twinkie and was just like, you know what, that's fine, you can have Twinkie. I was honestly scared that he was even going to say no to Twinkie, and I'm just glad that didn't happen. I hate situations like this. I really do. So it just sucks really bad.
In reality, this was a lie. Leaked messages between Beck and their landlord, shared in an Amberlynn Reid Facebook group, proved that Amber had never even asked about keeping her cats. I don't mean to bother you, but we have ran across an issue, and I really do not want to bother you, but before Amberlynn moved in here, she had 2 cats that she let our friends watch because she did not think you'd let her have them. Her animals mean everything to her. Amberlynn wants her cats back and is willing to pay an extra $30 a month for them both. Both of them are very nice and loving cats. She's out of options. Eric and Ricky don't mind, they said it's up to you. If okay with them, if any damage, it will be your responsibility. I will stop by and get $30 tomorrow. Okay, thank you so much. When Amber and Rafe had a falling out, Rafe revealed that Rarity was not spayed.
Did Amberlynn tell you why she wouldn't get Rarity fixed? No, she never said it. I think she just said she forgot.
Amber would come up with excuses for why she wasn't able to make an appointment for Rarity.
I took Rarity to a vet about, I want to say it was about 7 months ago, and they said that she was too young to get fixed. So when she was the right age, I actually wasn't living there anymore, because as you guys know, I moved kind of far away from where I used to live in my apartments, and now I'm living with Becky. So I didn't call there, I called somewhere else. When I called, they're like, okay, leave a voicemail, we'll call you back, da 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 da. So I left a voicemail. They ended up calling me back, but I was sleeping when they called me back, and I always have my phone on silent for the most part. Didn't know that they actually called me, so they left me a voicemail. So we played phone tag a couple times, and finally the person was like, we will call you about a week before your scheduled appointment. They still haven't called me. I'm tired of waiting, and I know you guys are too. Like, I want Rarity to be healthy, and I want Rarity to be happy. I don't want her to be in pain, because since I've had her, she has been in heat twice, and I don't like that. It makes me sad. So I'm gonna get that shit figured out, because I'm just really upset that the other place hasn't called me back. I guess it's a long waiting list. I really don't know.
It would not be until a year after Rafe's live stream that Amber would get a cat spayed.
It'll be okay. I did some crying yesterday because I'm just like, I'm happy for her, but I'm nervous because there has been, like, obviously bad things happen in surgery.
When she finally got it done, she hadn't researched the aftercare. She didn't have a cone to prevent Rarity from licking or biting her stitches, which could have led to a serious infection. She hadn't even known that licking the stitches was dangerous.
I was gonna try to show you guys.
Oh, let's see.
As I waddle over.
It'll stop.
Look. Oh my gosh. Okay. I thought that was blood, but it's her
Is she
pink.
licking the stitches?
Is she not supposed to?
Probably not.
Hey, baby. Stop it.
Yeah, she probably
It's
don't need to be
okay.
in.
Someone said you can't even take care of yourself. I love my pets more than I love myself. They come before me in the sense of being taken care of. Like, if someone's like, either you eat today or your animals eat. Who the fuck's gonna eat? The animals are eating.
I do think that she convinces herself that her lies are true because she wants them to be true.
As she did with herself, Amber would often overfeed her pets.
I let them choose when they want to eat. When it comes to their wet food, though, I give that to them once or twice a week. But even the vet told me it's a better idea, just let your cats choose independently when they want to eat versus like having a schedule. Twinkie's gonna be going on a diet with me come January 1st. Twink, wait, be gentle. Okay.
I think a lot of people get confused. Twinkie's 3 pounds overweight, which is a lot, but there are different breeds of chihuahuas. You should look them up. Twinkie is the bigger version of a chihuahua. So
I don't think she's full-blooded.
I don't think so either. So she is meant to be a bigger chihuahua, but she is a little chubby.
Since her time with Crystal, people had accused her of animal abuse after seeing the condition of her morbidly obese dog, Monkey. She dismissed the concerns, insisting she wasn't harming him.
My dog Monkey is, yes, overweight, obese, but he's happy and he's healthy. He is a love dog with every fiber of his being. He is freaking happy. He is a happy, overweight dog by 11 pounds. Ooh, that's so bad. Like, and just because my dog is 11 pounds overweight does not make me an abuser.
I had no idea about Monkey. I thought it was just Twinkie, and that Twinkie couldn't help that Twinkie was big. But there's a pattern.
Twinkie, her current dog, showed similar signs of neglect. Her weight was unhealthy, and her nails were so overgrown it was painful for her to walk.
Usually, I'll give Twinkie, like, if I was, like, having chicken, I'd give her, like, a small piece. Like, it was nothing, like, super crazy. I wouldn't give her any, like, junk or whatever. Twinkie likes hot Cheetos. But it definitely made her gain a little bit of weight. Twinkie's nails. Oh my god, you guys. She actually has an appointment to get her nails cut and stuff. To get Twinkie's nails done is only $15. A lot of people are like, be a good pet owner and do it yourself. Well, no, I don't trust myself enough to do that. I don't want to make Twinkie bleed. I don't want to hurt her. Did Twinkie go to her grooming appointment?
This is actually something that I'm just like, ugh. Okay, so Twinkie had a grooming appointment ready, set, and scheduled. But someone in Becky's life really needed help, and we had to actually cancel Twinkie's appointment, and now she has a new one. So that is why she has not gotten her claws trimmed yet. I know a lot of people are worried about that, but you guys do not have to worry. I'm worried about that too. I'm just too scared to do it by myself. So that's why she does have an appointment for it.
Amber would never mention taking Twinkie to the groomer again, leaving people to wonder if she ever followed through. Amber was completely oblivious to the harm she was doing to her own animals. In her mind, because her pets loved her, that alone made her a good pet owner.
Twinkie would literally die without me. She is attached to me. I love her with, oh my god, every part of me, and I know she feels the same way.
But Beck knew that was not the case.
I felt that if I had left, that the animals wouldn't get taken care of.
People would become so concerned for Twinkie's well-being that someone would even contact animal control.
People think I'm an animal abuser, and it's sad that people can paint a picture of me online and all of a sudden that's the picture they believe. A lot of people are always like, you don't take care of your animals, look how skinny, look how fat, look how horrible, look how this, oh my god, look at her nails, oh my gosh, listen to her breathe. That's what you guys say about my animals. Rude, first of all, geez. With that, you guys always think that I'm just like this horrible person and that animal shelter or animal services need to be called on me. Well, I was sleeping and all of a sudden I get a knock on the door to my bedroom. Eric comes in and he was like, someone called animal services on you. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. So he said that this person said that Twinkie's nails are super, super long. He said that Twinkie is supposedly had scabs all over her, that she has been wounded and hit, that she's overweight. Obviously, I was like, yeah, I know she is a little bit overweight. I kind of feed her too much. That's never a bad thing. If you feed your animal too little, then yeah, that is a little bad. About the claws, which you guys seem to be literally obsessed with in the comments. Again, he said that her claws are perfect. And he said that in his words, that they are perfect. I want you guys to know that I still have my dog. It's just the guy said she looked fine and she looked good. I don't know what you guys were trying to do, but you failed miserably. It just kind of sucks though that I feel like underneath my name, people always think I'm an animal abuser. And it freaking sucks more than anything because that is not me. That is not me.
Over the course of several months, Amber would continue to overeat nearly every day. Restaurant after restaurant, Walmart trip after Walmart trip. By this point, Beck was clearly defeated.
We're gonna go grocery shopping. Watch me fall. You don't want to?
No.
Oh.
We don't need food.
No, we don't need food. We don't. No. But, two types of people in this world. One hates grocery shopping. Two kind of likes it. That's me. I might get something for like a sandwich or something. What do you need?
Nothing.
You don't need anything?
Mm-mm.
You have food for the whole week. For Monday through Friday.
Didn't know we were doing actual grocery shopping tonight.
Yeah, I just figured I'd get it over with.
Okay.
So what kind of things are you gonna get then?
Just chicken and vegetables.
That's all you're gonna eat? What about when you wake up and stuff?
Just some bullet houses, I guess.
You're so funny.
What do you mean?
I don't know, you just are funny to me.
It's hot in here. It's hot out there.
Becky's not having it today, I don't think.
What?
You're just not in the mood.
Oh, I'm so tired.
You're like not in the mood for anything though, like at all.
Yeah.
No matter how many times they urged Amber to stay on track, the binge monster always won.
Today's been going pretty decent. I did have a moment of
where I was like, Becky, you want to go out to eat? And she's like, no. It's a state of possession. It literally feels like that. Obviously, we're not truly possessed, but it feels like it. Where you literally feel like you cannot control yourself. The real deal starts tonight. Like, that's when my binging, like, is there a lot.
Honestly, I didn't even know binge eating was a thing until I met you.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And it's just like, after seeing what you go through, the guilt, the excitement in the beginning, the high you get off of it.
That's really embarrassing.
And then...
You've never said this to me before.
After looking at you and the guilt in your eyes, and then later on, whenever you ask me for more.
Okay, I'm actually, like, getting emotional.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah, and it's just like, you know, I don't want to give you more, but I know if I don't, you are going to be upset. You are going to be very upset.
Amber had all but given up on her own health, treating it like it was one big joke, and as if there was any doubt left, she would erase that by playing a cruel prank on the one person who actually wanted the best for her.
I just don't want to lose weight, though.
Why?
Because I don't care. I just think that, like, if I get to be 600 pounds, then maybe I can just go on the show.
No.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
Why?
I don't want that.
Why, though?
Because I don't want that.
But what if, like, I get famous from it?
No.
Baby, are you mad at me? Baby!
Well, it's good to know we're not going to make it to 50.
I'm joking, I was filming the whole time. Baby. I mean, I didn't film the first half of it.
I mean, it's good to know, you're happy and then you want to die.
No, baby, I don't. I was joking. Oh my god. Was that a bad joke?
Yeah, I was being pissed.
The truth is, like, I've talked to a lot of people, and they think I should talk to you about, like, when, like, the binge monster comes, like, you do everything in your power to help me, you know? I know. I know, it gets scary. It's hard.
Mean.
But I'm not, like, mean abusive.
You're not abusive, no, but you get mean and we've argued about it.
Yeah. Which is very common. I've talked to some people and... But really, like, off a camera, we should, like, talk, you know? Yeah. But I just wanted to play a prank on you.
Even when Amber wasn't in the clutches of the binge monster, she would still find ways to be cruel to Beck.
Eyeliner adjuster. Y'all, she did her makeup today. Huh? Somebody thought that you had dirt on your face.
You actually think that was serious, babe?
Oh, I know they're not serious.
Did you take your medicine today?
No, I didn't.
Okay, go take that. I can tell. I can totally tell you did not take your medicine. I care about you, so take that real quick. Thank you, Damien.
Amber would poorly attempt to mask her cruelty towards Beck, trying to make her behaviour seem normal.
How was that rude? I'm super confused. Becky has to take a certain medicine every day, and I care about her. And if I notice she didn't take it, it's actually blood pressure medicine. That's why her cheeks were so red. Like, I would hope more than anything someone would be like, Amberlynn, take your medicine. Like, I don't want you getting sick or hurting yourself.
She doesn't really grasp the fact that she's not a good person. She really has herself fooled. She really thinks that she is very empathetic.
Oh my god, how was that rude? That's like what people in relationships do when they care. That's so weird. You two are cute together. Oh, people get so mad when I do that. I'm sorry, I love you. I love you so much. People get mad when I do that too, I don't know why.
I think that's what my biggest insecurity is my chin. And I cannot stand it.
Big God!
Did you see David's face?
I don't know what you're doing over here to the side.
Oh, they're gonna comment on that, watch.
In reality, she knew exactly what she was doing, preying on Beck's insecurities to belittle them.
Are you actually gonna wear that?
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, she says. Oh, you look so cute. Do you need to make it a little bit bigger?
I still think I'm too fat.
Baby, you just gotta lose a little bit of weight. I know you can do it.
Amber saying this to me about the fanny pack lived rent-free in my mind for a really long time.
I was harsh with them. At the time, like, I didn't even view it that way, but, like, a good example of that is, like, when they were trying on the, what is it called? A fanny pack, and I was like, "Well, you could just lose some weight." You know, saying something like that is like talking down to somebody, and it's like, at the time, I didn't even realize it.
I cannot believe the nerve of you to tell Becky that she needs to lose weight in the iconic Walmart fanny pack scene. Just like, wow. I love that my vlogs are being called, like, iconic in scenes. So thank you. Becky is right next to me. Do you want to, like, speak on that, or, like, that's up to you. We could just turn it like this.
Wow, that's...
I'm trying to make sure, like, okay.
Oh god, that's too close.
Despite Amber constantly putting Beck down, they would often defend Amber. Whether they truly didn't see how toxic she was, or was simply trying to avoid another argument, one thing was clear: Amber's manipulation was working.
The whole fanny pack thing, yes, I'm a bigger girl. Amberlynn was not saying that in a mean way. I don't understand why people took that as mean. She was just saying, you know, as an motivational speaking way, hey, when you get smaller, you can, you know, fit into it. Why did everybody say that she was rude to me? She was not rude to me.
I would say that Amber's worst trait was how mean she was to me and how she would pick on me. And I didn't see that until we had broken up and I was watching old videos back.
If I'm going to be mean to someone, I'm not going to leave that in a vlog anyways. And plus, like, why would I be mean to Becky? Like, she's my girlfriend and I love her. Like, of course I get mean. She gets mean. Like, people get angry at each other. You know, that's a common thing. But it's like, I don't know. People, like, took that so wrong. And I'm just like, what?
There was that other side of me where it's like I would talk down to them and, like, I wouldn't even realize it.
I really was not being mean to her in the slightest. And she knows it and I know it. So...
Despite often mocking Beck, Amber frequently mimicked them, most notably their accent.
For a minute there, I thought, oh my god, have you been out of the frame this whole time?
No.
It just takes one day, one moment for you to realize, what's with your fake accent? So this is something that people constantly message me about.
Oh, we're doing gingerbread houses tonight. Pumpkin spice and everything nice.
I actually used to just joke around with some of my friends, and it's because when people say why, they're like, why? Or when people say things like, they're like, or whatever. And I used to just, like, joke around, and now it's become kind of like a habit. It's not really a fake accent.
I adopt people's personalities or behaviors or the way they speak, and it's something, like, I genuinely cannot control.
You're a lie. You're a lie.
This wasn't new behaviour. Amber would adopt her partner's traits and, in a few instances, would even claim their personal experiences as her own.
My mom found out I liked girls because I wrote a love note.
I was writing a letter to my friend about her saying how I do like this girl.
And I left it in my pants and she went to do laundry and
I left it in my pants pocket and my mom did my laundry.
This pattern repeated itself in her relationship with Beck. In August 2017, around the time she moved in with them, Amber posted on Ask FM about the supposed reason behind her car anxiety. What provoked the anxiety? I have a friend who witnessed someone get hit by a car and actually die from it. Do you have an experience like that? I've been in 2 car crashes. My good friend died in high school in a car crash. I've witnessed car crashes. I've been in the car during traumatizing times. Amber's story about losing a close high school friend in a car accident echoed Beck's own experience.
It was my 19th birthday, and over the news, I heard that one of my friends had been killed in a car accident. She had been very intoxicated. It was just a really sad, I was very upset.
Amber's Ask FM post was the only time she mentioned the death of her good friend. It's possible she had taken Beck's personal story as her own to lend more credibility to her claims of having severe car anxiety. Despite this, she often made Beck drive her around frequently without even wearing a seatbelt, raising questions about just how serious her supposed fear really was.
You guys, no judgment. I still have to buy a seatbelt extender
Baby, maybe we can get one of those today.
Yeah.
Because the seatbelt doesn't fit me. I know that's bad. Precaution. I know, like, the whole shabam.
By this time, Amber had eaten herself up to 500 pounds. All these years of neglecting her body would finally catch up with her, and she would reveal she was having some serious health issues.
I have really irregular periods. I'm even questioning why I'm even gonna tell you guys about this, but it's because of my weight. I have been to the doctor about it. When you're obese, especially as big as me, your hormones are not gonna be normal at all. I think it was 4 days ago, I woke up, and if you're a girl, you know how it feels to have why am I talking about this? You know how it feels to have, you know, stuff come out, like blood clots? It was like really bad, and I was like, wait a minute, what? So I had to stand in the shower for over an hour and just let it flow. Long story short, this happened 2 days in a row, and it was really bad. Like, it was terrifying how much blood I was losing. I didn't go to the doctor or anything, but I told myself if it happened a third time, because it happened 2 days in a row, then I was gonna go. I do know someone who also experienced the same thing, and she's like, you know, they'll literally just tell you it's because you're obese and da-da-da if you end up going to the doctor, so it's almost pointless to go. And I was like, oh, okay.
Health problems would not be enough to deter Amber from continuing to damage her body. Beck and Amber would soon take a trip to Lexington Pride. While in Lexington, they would go to the Cheesecake Factory 3 days in a row, as well as other fast food places.
Thank you.
What did you guys get?
I forget. That white
It's like a tea.
Yeah, I was eyeballing that. I was thinking
Just
like
got mint with graham crackers. Can I get you taking a bite of that?
Yeah.
Unable to dissuade Amber from overeating, it would also be hard for Beck themselves to resist the temptations of junk food. They would also spend time doing things which required more physical activity, like mini golf and shopping.
You're not supposed to get another try.
One more. I made it!
Really?
I made it over. I mean, I didn't make it in the hole, but I made it over.
I've just been having a freaking blast. It's just been so fun to, you know, get away from everyday, like, your mundane life.
Though they were having a lot of fun, it seemed that all of the moving around was too much for Amber.
It's been hard. I have blisters on my feet, and, you know, my legs are hurting and out of breath all the time, but, you know, I'm sticking through it, and I'm getting there. I'm pushing myself and just enjoying myself. So yeah, tomorrow's Pride. So excited for that.
When the day finally came, they appeared on camera, proudly clad in their Pride apparel. Beck had been excited to attend Pride and wanted to express themselves in a way they'd never felt comfortable doing before.
Just like, you know, I'm wearing this hat Eric Nurky got me. I've never worn it out in public. I've never been out in public with my arms like this.
Yeah, we're both kind of stepping out of our comfort zone.
It's only like, you know, a year or two ago that I started wearing shorts in public, you know.
You're looking good.
I look really, really gay today.
Instead of seeing them enjoying themselves at Pride, we would see them doing what they would always do, eat out, and Beck seemed less than enthused.
Here at the Cheesecake Factory again, I've gotten this 3 days in a row. Orange chicken, because it's so good.
Yeah, we're definitely going somewhere else tomorrow before we go home.
Definitely.
I mean, it was hot and miserable, but I wasn't there to just spend my time in a hotel and just at Cheesecake Factory. First off, we ate at Cheesecake Factory every single day.
The pair would end up not attending Pride at all. They would stop at a random park to soak up a little sun, and perhaps to make their trip seem less pointless than it already was. Beck, who had been so excited for Pride, now appeared drained and defeated.
Whew, it's definitely warm. Because what we were doing is we took the wrong turn to go where we were going. And then we saw this place. We're like, oh my God, we should just like sit out here and kind of enjoy the water and the sun.
What's the real reason we didn't go to Lexington Pride that one time? Well, we spent all day out and about doing stuff.
I have blisters from walking all day yesterday, doing mini golf and at the arcade.
The next day, whenever we were supposed to go to Pride, it was too hot and she didn't feel like going out.
I wore the wrong shoes. They said it was super hot out there.
So I was just like, I can't argue this. So I stayed with her. I mean, that's usually what I did. I just stayed with her.
Among a myriad of excuses, Amber would ultimately blame Beck for the reason they didn't attend Lexington Pride.
And on top of all of that, Becky has been experiencing some anxiety about Pride. It's something she's been trying to ignore. It's the drive there. It's the fact that Pride is in downtown. Becky's not good with driving in, areas like that. The protesters freak her out. The heat is really, really getting to her and things like that. I really wanted to go to Pride, but I would never take away the fact that Becky isn't doing that great right now.
Amber would often lie to her audience and use Beck as a scapegoat in order to make herself look like a caring and empathetic person. In reality, she was far from it.
And also on top of that, I have some horrible blisters. So maybe it's a good thing that we're not going.
And on top of that, it's a bad day for me.
I don't know if you guys heard Becky, but also on top of that, it is a bad day for her. And I think everything just kind of like came down at once and we just realized...
No, it said bad date.
Yeah, bad day, bad date. This is actually the birthday of one of her nephews that died, so it is like a bad day. It's just like everything kind of came down at once, but it's okay. Like, we're still here, we're having a good time.
She just said she didn't want to go, and I was just like, all right then.
It was just very lackluster so-called vacation. But yeah, I mean, no, I wasn't happy about it at all.
To Beck, the trip to Lexington was a pointless venture. Amber had a great time. She got to do her favourite thing, lie in bed and eat.
So I just did something kind of cool. I know a lot of people are gonna be like, this is so dumb. Uber Eats works here, and I'm like, oh my god, this is so cool. Like, I feel like I'm actually part of like 2018 true technology. So I just ordered something from a place I've never had before. I think it's called like the Mongolian Grill or something.
With Amber not wanting to do anything besides sit and eat, Beck and Amber would spend the rest of their trip in their hotel room. Together, they would film a series of Q&A videos wherein Amber would be rude to Beck despite her just ruining their vacation.
I was wondering if you are considering cutting your hair short.
So I get that question a lot, and people always tell me, you'd look really good with short hair, but I feel like I disagree. I feel like people with rounder, fatter faces look bad with short hair because it makes their face look rounder and fatter.
Yeah, trust me, I never forgot about when she said that.
Do you guys think you're ever gonna get any more pets? Do you guys think you're...
I love staring at walls. No. I think having 2 cats and a dog is a perfect amount right now.
Okay. But eventually, the inevitable. It's something we don't want to talk about.
Wait, what?
The inevitable is something.
See, she goes off on things.
Just listen.
Are you talking about death of a pet?
But listen, like one day when that happens, because it will, it has been my dream since childhood to get a black cat and name it Bagheera.
Babe.
Okay. And then like a little baby one that's
I don't
brown,
want...
and call it Mowgli.
That's fine. Do it. Do your boo. Do your boo. I don't like the whole, if my cat dies, I'm gonna get another one, because that's like replacing it. Do you kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that's sad.
Amber had dismissed Beck's dream of getting a pet of their own if one of Amber's passed away. The irony of this was that Amber had done this exact thing only a few days after Destiny's cat, Gracie, had gone missing. One thing they would both agree on is that they needed to get control of their health.
Some long-term goals that I have for myself is obviously weight loss. I just want to become healthier. I want to work on my depression more and become a little bit more active, gain more energy, do funner things.
I want to continue on losing weight, even though that's not been very good in a while, because I gave up and my depression got really, really bad. I had to go to the doctor. I had to get put on medicine. This medicine, like, is weird. Like, sometimes I'm feeling fine, and then other times I don't feel anything at all. And then it has this knack of making me very tired all the time. Like, very tired all the time. And, so yeah, I've not been focused on losing my weight, but I want to. Like, I really, really, really want to. I want to know what I would look like, you know, at a better weight.
Unsurprisingly, Amber's desire to constantly eat out would prevent both of them from being able to change their lifestyles. They were living in a perpetual cycle of destruction.
I was in there eating and I was just thinking, I have ate so bad on this trip. Like, my eating has been horrendous, and tomorrow's Monday and I am terrified to weigh myself.
No matter the health issues Amber experienced due to her weight, or how adamantly Beck pleaded with her to make better food choices, it seemed like nothing would deter Amber from doing exactly what she wanted to do. The consequences of Amber's constant defiance would catch up with her, and it was almost too much for her to handle.
I need people to know that, like, mental things is scary. Like, not being able to control, like, depression or schizophrenia. Like, I don't have schizophrenia, but, you know, being bipolar, and it's just, like, all those things. Like, not being able to control your mind sometimes, or your emotions or anything. It's one of the most scariest things in the world. I feel like so much hate is gonna happen. I don't care though. Like, I just feel like this needs to be known, and I don't know how long Becky's gonna be in there for, so let's just try to make this quick, because I just don't want her to feel bad.
Amber would appear on camera in the midst of a mental breakdown. She was crying because she had stopped taking her antidepressants, even though the medication had significantly helped her manage her emotions.
I didn't feel the depression, and I didn't feel angry all the time, and I haven't taken it for a week because I felt like, yeah, Lexapro was making me numb, but is being numb normal? But then I realized, you know, wonder if I'm okay now. I'm so stupid.
Quitting Lexapro would release Amber's worst traits, especially her anger, but it would also provide her with a convenient excuse to direct that anger towards Beck.
I've been snipping at Becky all day long, and it's just over the dumbest things. And it's like, when I was on Lexapro, this didn't happen to me. I never got like this. Like, I rarely was upset about anything. Like, I literally was so numb. It's so crazy to me. Lexapro actually works. It takes away your depression. I'm talking to them about kind of what just happened.
Who?
YouTube. But it's just so...
Whenever I came out, I was so done. I just wanted to get home. I got in the car, the camera was in my face, and I was just shut down at that point. And I knew that she had been crying and was upset. It was full-on manipulation.
I'm sorry for everything.
I'm sorry too.
I need to go back on it. Like, I'm crying. Like, when I don't cry anymore.
I know.
Ever since I stopped taking.
That's what I was trying to get across to you earlier. You know, you seem more outgoing. Hey, let's do something. Let's go in here and play a game. Eric and Ricky, me and you, know. Babe, let's me and you go on a date.
Yeah, but I feel like off of Lexapro, I feel like my vlogs are better.
I just felt like you were better
on Lexapro. I just don't like it. I just don't. I mean, I'm sorry, babe. I hate crying.
Look, I'll tell you this. You know, I'm on venlafaxine. There's a lot of scary things about it. If I miss a dose, I could go into a withdrawal. I don't want to experience that. It makes me not, think, oh, the world would be better off without me. I hate myself. I wish I'd just go crawl in a hole. I'm not worth it. Because that's what I always think, even though I never said it. That's just what I was always thinking. I don't think like that anymore. I don't feel that need to, sit there and say the world would be better off without me.
Right. I just want everyone to know that if you have any type of depression or just panic, anxiety, anything, that we understand and we suffer from it. And I just kind of wanted to show you and talk to you guys about what's been going on. I've been wanting to tell you guys for the last week that I stopped taking Lexapro because I wanted to see if it was a good idea, and obviously it's a very bad idea and I need to go back on it. I don't know, that's really all. I just wanted to share that with you, and I feel a lot better talking.
Stopping her antidepressants would mark the beginning of Amber's mental and physical decline. She would attempt to get back on her medication, as well as contact a therapist to help her with her rapidly deteriorating mental state. But it seemed like things were only getting worse.
I don't want to leave the house, and it's a very, very weird and scary feeling, me not wanting to leave the house. Even Becky has to sit there and be like, are you okay? Like, you're literally not yourself. I'm moody, I'm a mess, I'm restless, I'm depressed. I'm the girl who hasn't left her bedroom in 5 days. I haven't brushed my hair in about a week. I feel defeated, lonely. I know a lot of people are gonna be like, oh my god, you're bedbound, what a gross sick freak. I'm caught in a situation where I don't know if it's my antidepressant making me worse or if my depression is so bad that Lexapro just doesn't work for me.
By August of 2018, Amber would film nearly every vlog in her bedroom. Viewers would retrospectively call this the Bedbound era, and it would last for over a year. During this time, Amber would obviously stop doing what little housework she had been doing, and the workload would be placed on Beck.
Let's go to the store. Let's go parties. Let's go parties. Good morning, everyone. It is Saturday, and Twinkie, it's my best friend right there. Twinkle Star. She's going potty. She's barking at the cars.
Amber would insist that the reason she stayed in bed was not because of her mobility issues, but because of her depression. In reality, mental health problems would become a convenient excuse for Amber's laziness. Amber would come up with a myriad of reasons she wasn't able to get out of bed and help Beck, even the most outrageous ones.
Was too depressed. She couldn't get out of the bed. There was this one time whenever I had a lot of groceries to carry in, and I had asked her to come out and help me, but she said that she thought she saw a ghost in the hallway and was too scared to come help me.
I do remember one time me and Becky came home. It was like midnight, and Eric used to sleep on the couch, and I thought he was out there. I was putting groceries away, and then Becky came in, and we make sure that when they're sleeping, we whisper when we talk. So we were like whispering in the kitchen, and all of a sudden I heard shh. So I peep out, and I was like, oh, Eric's just messing around. Eric wasn't in the living room. It was super freaking creepy.
I was just like, are you freaking kidding me right now? I'm the one that believes in ghosts. You always make fun of me for it, and now you won't come help me because you're afraid of a ghost.
On top of managing all of the household chores, Beck would also begin filming Amber's videos. In some cases, Amber would not appear in her own vlogs entirely.
Hi guys, it's me, and I figured that I could do a 50 facts about me, since a lot of people don't really know a whole lot about me. Okay, so I got this photo album. At Ross because I have a whole lot of like family photos and like childhood photos and stuff. It's me, Becky, it's not Amberlynn. Sorry to disappoint you.
Whenever you see me vlogging, I never wanted to do that.
I love how Becky's been opening up. She's actually really enjoying it. She has a whole list of videos she wants to film for you guys. It's so cute.
Like, there was a lot of pausing and being like, okay, so don't say this. You can say this, you know. And then there would be other times where she's just like, why don't you try to say it more peppy? Why can't you act like you're actually having a good time? And it's like, because I've told you over and over, time and time again, I just really don't want to do these things. And she's like, okay, yeah, but you're my employee.
Amber would spend days in bed, even eating her meals there.
A lot of my meals I do just like chill in bed and like watch something on Netflix or something, but
When she wasn't in bed, she would be sitting down, even while cooking her meals.
What are you making, babe?
yes, I am sitting down. My back hurts really bad. I'm making broccoli, chicken, and potatoes.
That's sound though. God.
I know. I have noticed some situations where I'm just like, the weight gain is for real. Like, this is for real. It's not just a number on the scale. Sometimes in my brain, I'm like, it's just a number. It's cool. It's fine. It's not. I can barely breathe just sitting here. Like, I keep having to take breaths, and I'm just like, what is happening?
Amber kept gaining weight because, on the rare occasions they left the house, it was either to dine at restaurants or to visit Walmart, where they stocked up on food for Amber's binges.
So something I've noticed, every time I go to the store, I've been getting really bad anxiety. And I'm like snippy and snappy and like,
oh my Lord, yeah.
Then when I leave, I'm like, I feel so much better. It's so weird.
She didn't want to put in the effort to make a difference and change the situation. And no, I don't think that she cared or thought about how it would affect me.
Like with household chores, Amber had always struggled to maintain her personal hygiene due to laziness. This had been the case since she lived with Casey, where she would be begged to shower.
Straight up honest, did Amber shower at all? Just be honest, Mom.
Yeah, she did, but we had to argue with her, you know. She'd say, okay, I'll do it right now. Okay, I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now.
Her laziness, combined with her weight gain and sedentary lifestyle, now guaranteed that she was not able to look after herself alone.
At one point, she said that I didn't do any caretakery things for her, so I didn't feel like a caretaker. But I did start to feel like a caretaker. One of the worst things was the hair. I would help her try to maintain her hair because it would get matted. I would have to get behind her and I'd have to sit there and comb and pick it out, and she would be in a lot of pain and it would just really suck and my hands would be really greasy. It just wasn't a fun time for either one of us, and I hated when her hair would get like that, but there would be nothing that she would do to make sure it didn't get that way. If you're at that point where you can't take care of it, then why wouldn't you do something about it and cut it?
Oh wait, no, this one comes with 3. Okay, so just like a regular black one, this like velvety maroon, and then this one.
I would help her wash the back of her neck because she would wear chokers and it would rub on the back and like stain it. So I'd try to help her get the stain off. I told her to stop wearing the chokers when the dark spots appeared behind her neck, and she told me it wasn't a big deal and that it was fine.
Beck would also have to help Amber clean herself because she had become too immobile to shower, though at the time she would adamantly deny this.
I shower just like everyone else. I do it all by myself. There are no sticks involved. There is no Becky involved. Just got out of the shower. I just got out of the shower. Just got out of the shower. I'm standing in front of a shower. A lot of people ask about the shower situation. We do have 2 showers, and this one is ginormous.
I was aware that she was lying to her audience about showering, but I think it was because she was embarrassed and was just trying to keep up an image.
I couldn't shower at all. There was a large portion of 2019, if not the whole 2019, where I literally couldn't shower. I bathed in bed, and it wouldn't even be frequently. Becky would get a container and she would put hot water and soap in it for me, and I would tell her to leave the room, and I would do what I could.
Amber also said that I only brought her a bucket a couple of times, and that is true. It only happened a couple of times.
I know there's a lot of rumors that Becky helped me bathe and stuff. No. I would never I wouldn't let her. I was ashamed. I would cry the whole time.
But I did help her get spots she couldn't reach. And in between the bucket baths, she just didn't shower.
As if the degradation couldn't get any worse for Beck, Amber would also manipulate them into wiping her after she used the toilet.
Wiping for me has always been extremely hard as a bigger girl, obviously. If you were bigger, my size, it's hard.
So that's where the whole wiping thing started, was when we were living with Eric and Ricky. And that didn't stop until the day we broke up.
Can you show us how you wipe? Okay, so here's the toilet paper. I put it in my right hand and I put it in the toilet. Is that about right?
That's about right.
Before I started wiping her, she would use washcloths to wipe. She would set them on the corner of the sink, and then she would turn herself around to wipe herself on it. And then she would throw them away. Our roommates started to notice that their late mother's washcloths were disappearing. And they confronted her about it, and she wanted me to lie to them for her, but I didn't.
Amber guilt-tripped Beck into wiping her, insisting that she would do the same if the roles were reversed. She framed it as an act of love, making Beck feel that refusing meant they didn't care enough about her.
I was like, Becky, like, are you going to be able to do this for me? Like, I'm really embarrassed about it. And they were like, of course. Like, I love you, blah, blah, blah. I would wipe my partner for 17 million years. That's called love. That is called love.
She ended up buying more washcloths for herself, and instead of throwing them away, she had me wash them in the sink and then put them in the washer.
If Amber had any shred of empathy for Beck, she wouldn't have manipulated them into taking care of her own basic bodily functions, whether by using an assistive tool or losing weight, so she could manage her hygiene. But like everything else she had forced onto Beck, Amber was simply too lazy to take responsibility for herself. Instead, she exaggerated her inability to wipe to manipulate Beck into doing it. In the beginning of 2018, the problems Amber had been experiencing with her menstrual cycle would worsen drastically. Amber would free bleed for over 2 years, using rags in place of menstrual pads because her flow was so extremely heavy.
There were some times where I would bleed so much, the whole, like half of the toilet would get filled.
Yeah, I knew about the free bleeding, and I did have to sometimes clean up after it.
This would cause a lot of problems for not only Amber, but the people around her.
Her hygiene did affect everyone around her, myself, and others' personal belongings, and she did not show concern for any of those things.
The couch in the living room had belonged to Eric and Ricky. For obvious reasons, Amber would stop sitting on the couch, instead electing to sit on a mattress on the floor in front of the couch.
It wasn't the bed that we slept on, it was my bed from before we were together, and it stayed in the spare bedroom. Whenever she would want to hang out in the living room, I would have to drag the mattress out. And when we were done hanging out, I would have to drag it back into the spare bedroom.
That was just in case I got blood on something, so I was really nervous about that.
This was a far cry from the reasons Amber gave her audience for why there was a mattress in the living room.
This is strictly for, like, we just put it out here for when I've been sitting in those chairs for too long over yonder, because sometimes my legs do hurt when they're down for long periods of time. This is just dragged out here when, like, I've been sitting there for too long, or we all want to hang out and play a game or something like that. Like, everyone is totally fine with it, which I'm very grateful.
The free bleeding was impossible to ignore. If not for the frequent accidents, then for the overwhelming smell. Despite Amber's best efforts, it was impossible to mask the stench.
That's actually something I talked to Eric and Ricky about, is because obviously everyone around me noticed.
She would douse herself in perfume sometimes to help any issues. I'm not going to go into detail about the smell, but it was brought up to me a lot by everyone around me, and I did have to talk to her about it. Her reaction was usually to blame her depression and how she struggled to clean by herself. Eventually, I stopped asking her to help herself because it wasn't going to happen.
Over the course of their 4-year-long relationship, Beck and Amber spent 3 of them not being intimate, but Amber insisted on trying to convince her audience that she was desirable and that their love life was thriving.
Next question is, do you have a sex life with Becky? Obviously, I'm actually a very horny person. You can ask my friends. I am an open book. I talk about sex and sexual things a lot. I don't think it's taboo or anything like that. So, just saying.
When did you and Becky first go all the way? It was the third time we met each other. She wanted to the first time, and I'm like, girl, I don't give it up that easy. I'm just kidding.
I'm young, and I feel like relationships are supposed to be exciting and sexy.
Are you a top, a bottom, or a switch?
If I needed help to wipe my butt, that's not exciting, that's not sexy. I would no longer feel like a girlfriend, and I would more so feel like someone that she needs to take care of.
Amber often shared intimate details about their sex life, details Beck likely never wanted made public, all in an effort to convince her audience that she was an insatiable, highly sexual person.
Do you use toys? Becky's actually...
I collect lots of plush toys, yes, thank you.
Becky's the first girl I've ever used toys with. I'm sure I could suck something good. I suck Becky's nipples.
Oh my god, shut up. Amberlynn, I'm gonna leave.
She gets so weird.
Amber would maintain this illusion through her AskFM posts, painting a romanticised version of their relationship that couldn't have been further from the truth. You and Becky have no chemistry at all. You look like you are repulsed when she kisses you, and she always looks bored, sad, or angry. My clit throbs when we kiss. What does that mean? Could you be in a relationship if there was never any sex? No lol, but it depends on the situation. No details needed, but on average, how many times do you have sex a week? Like 10, but it depends on the week. Why are you pretending that you do anything sexual at all with Becky, lol? We are in a relationship and believe it or not, she finds me sexy, as I do her. We have sex. Sorry if that's so surprising to you.
It actually had been years that we went without, being intimate. And it's like, do you blame me because she, had hygiene issues and was bleeding for a really long time? And it's like, you can't really, the intimacy's just kind of gone completely also when you start taking care of somebody. So yeah, that was definitely all put on for the audience because that's the narrative she wanted to give them.
My sexual life is no one's business, and if I want to say I'm having sex when I'm not, that's my business. If I want to say I'm not having sex when I am, like, it is what it is.
Eventually, Amber would claim she had managed to get herself out of her depressive slump that had kept her in the house for months.
But yeah, I've been going out almost every single day, and I want to leave the house now. I wanted to stay in my room, and it was really weird, but I'm completely out of it. I have been out of it.
Amber was leaving the house daily, but it wasn't as beneficial to her health as she made it seem. Most of her outings revolved around food. She ate out nearly every day.
In a 24-hour frame, I had fast food 4 times from 4 different places. I had this whole bag, 2 Twix. This is, I think, king size. I don't really know. This is just mini powdered donuts. So I had about 5,000 calories in one sitting last night, and I feel miserable from it.
She would also begin filming more and more mukbangs, using them as a justification to overeat.
I just don't want people to think of mukbangs and think of gaining weight. That's not what it is. I'd still be eating shrimp whether I was filming the video or not.
She did tell me that she would do mukbangs because they got views and would use thumbnails showing herself eating for the same reason. Her career on YouTube was much more important than her health, and she said as much multiple times. If she were to lose weight or not be a train wreck, she wouldn't have as many viewers, and that was the most important thing to her, more than any concern for herself, those around her, or anything else.
A lot of people say, show us nature. Go take a walk. As pathetic as this sounds, I am currently incapable.
Hello. It's ready.
Scared.
572.4 pounds.
572.4. Oh! Ah!
Amber had eaten herself to her highest recorded weight of 572.4 pounds. All the time spent in bed and her rapid weight gain would leave her unable to walk for more than 3 minutes.
Reality. This is my reality. One day, all of a sudden, you're 570 pounds and you breathe really hard when you walk for just a minute, and showers become extremely difficult, and you can no longer walk in stores. You can't go to the mall anymore. You can't go to the lake. You can't go do anything. And it's just like, one day you just couldn't, because it's like, it happened so fast that you don't even realize that it's happening.
By this point, Beck felt hopeless about helping Amber lose weight. Every attempt would end the same way, belittling them and lashing out until she got her own way.
15. Don't start going fast. 16.
I feel like you're definitely like a coach or something right now.
Yeah, I wanted to help you. I feel like if I had someone doing that for me, I feel like I would do awesome. You know, I'd do even better. But I have to be my own coach. Sometimes you have to be your own coach. Okay. You ready?
Yeah, what am I doing?
A lot of people always tell me Becky is an enabler, and that's just like hard for me to wrap my head around. And I don't know, I just kind of was saying how I just wish like people in my real life cared more about helping me.
Beck had seen it all before. Every new weight loss plan was doomed from the start, so they stopped taking these ventures seriously. Whether Beck helped or not, Amber would always find reasons to be upset with them, such as in the infamous cereal video.
They made you hungry. We had 6 people here. Why did you guys?
Huh?
So the night before that, Becky and I, we were crying, talking about our weight, saying how when we wake up, we're gonna completely change the way we eat, and we're gonna be healthy, and we're gonna be like holding each other accountable, etc., etc. So when I walked out into the living room and I was walking into the dining room, I happened to see Becky with a bowl of cereal, and I got so mad. I'm gonna be honest.
She was mad at me because we were supposed to be eating better, but I just wanted some cereal and I was hungry and it was there, and I didn't want to waste it. We already had it. So, and she was just like pretty upset at me for it, but I'm just like, you know, it doesn't matter. You're gonna fail tonight anyway. You always do. But I mean, yeah, that might have been wrong for me. There probably were times that I didn't help when it came to dieting correctly, but yeah, the Cocoa Puffs thing was pretty ridiculous.
Amber's weight gain pushed her more into the depths of immobility. During this time, when Amber and Beck weren't going out to eat, they were spending their time in their bedroom.
I would spend all my time in the same room with her outside of bathroom breaks, and any time I would leave to get food or see my family. Whenever I talked about trying to get a job again, she would just guilt trip me and say, you know, well, I need you here. I need you to help take care of me and to help me take care of the animals. She would just guilt trip me into not trying to find another job. I mean, whenever I would try to save up change, she would say things like, is that your funds for when you leave me? So I would even stop saving change to avoid that conflict with her.
One thing that would take up a majority of their time would be a game Amber had come up with called Choosy.
Choosy is a game I invented.
She would take a bunch of thousands of stickers, she bought bulk stickers, and had me pick between them all the way down until I picked one single sticker to be the best sticker of all.
It is one of the most calming things. It is just so therapeutic. It started when I was 7 years old because my Uncle Bumpy gave me this tin can of rocks, and there was just the most beautiful rocks I've ever seen.
And she made me do this with buttons and earrings, calendar pages. She would buy a bunch of small calendars and tear the pages out and then have me pick between the pictures down to which one I liked the most. And Croc charms. She would make me play choosy between Croc charms. And she didn't even own a pair of Crocs. And sometimes, because there was so many, like with stickers and earrings, it would take hours and sometimes even days to completely get down to just one.
It's always been like out of a place of like comfort. I've never made anyone play choosy.
Choosy was an absolute torture tactic. It was miserable. Absolutely miserable. I died inside every time.
Oh, I can address the lint picking.
Another thing that would take up a lot of time is she would set a timer for 45 minutes to an hour usually. And she would have me sit behind her and pretend to pick lint off of her back because she liked the way it felt and sounded because of ASMR.
I think maybe like once every 6 months, I would like get such like a rush of anxiety that I would call it an anxiety massage.
Becky just gave me a back massage and that really helps like calm myself.
She would have me do this for so long that my arms and stuff would hurt. And whenever I would want to stop, she would sigh and just be like, well, I'm going to pause the timer. So she would pause the timer for my little break. And then I'd have to immediately go back to it. And she would unpause the timer again. Sometimes I would catch her not unpausing the timer because she would want me to do it for longer.
Though Beck clearly resented these painstakingly tedious tasks, Amber saw them in a completely different light, which proved just how out of touch she was.
We did loving things in our relationship because that's what you do. I didn't know it was a bad thing to spend time with your partner, to give them massages, and it just doesn't make sense to me because I would do the same thing for them.
Amber didn't just set timers on Beck during games like Choosy or Lint Picking. She timed them while they did other activities too, including hanging out with their friends.
We would go down to the basement and play games and stuff, and Amber would choose to stay up in our room, and she would set timers for when I would have to leave my friends and come be with her again. So on average, when I would be downstairs with my friends, the timer would be about set for 30 minutes.
Amber was so dependent on Beck for her own hygiene and bodily functions that she would control the time that Beck spent with their own family.
I was abusive and controlling.
When it came to seeing my family or leaving in general, she would just ask me when did I plan on being back, and whenever I would give her a time, she would give me a time sooner than that for me to be back.
Like, I was super controlling of their time, of like their energy. I always wanted them near me, like always.
I'm going to my family's away from here a good 2 to 3 hours.
There were a lot of times where she would keep me from seeing them all together, but a lot of those times I would go anyway and just decided to deal with the consequences when I got home.
I'm sad about it. I'm not going because I won't be able to stay in the car for that long, and like there's no hotels. Babe, don't go. Don't go.
There were a lot of things that she couldn't do without me, so that's why my time away from her or with my family was very limited.
Goodbye, YouTube. That sounds so like we're breaking up. Goodbye, YouTube. They won't even notice you're gone.
No, they won't.
Beck, who was all about family, was often left isolated simply because of Amber's disgust and selfishness.
She would try to take care of things on her own, but then she would text me and make me feel bad for not being there to help her do the things that she couldn't do without me. So she would do her best to not do those things that she needed help with while I was gone. She would guilt trip me and say things along the lines of I didn't care about her and that I cared more about everybody else other than her.
It's like, because I feel like people take partners for granted.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like the first to admit that, where it's like,
you're with them 24/7, so it's just like a natural, like, routine thing. But then the minute they're gone, you're just like, why?
All the things that she said I would be able to do, like see my family more, those things didn't happen. I was just stuck taking care of her.
Amber's selfishness would present itself in other ways, notably after they both had wisdom tooth surgery. The difference in how they treated one another was impossible to miss.
Hey guys, so I just woke up from a nap and I haven't ate. So Becky made me some buttery home-style mashed potatoes. I literally don't want them.
Beck cared for Amber after her surgery, ensuring she had food and support. But when Beck needed the same, Amber offered nothing in return.
Right now, you guys, among trying to make sure she's okay over there. Look at what Peter Mon just uploaded. How you doing, babe?
It's starting to hurt.
It's starting to hurt? Oh no.
I'm hungry. I haven't ate since yesterday.
You should probably get some food.
I don't want it to hurt.
Oh.
Amber's inconsideration continued. She often forced Beck to drive for hours, even through sleet and snow, just so she could eat out.
So, unfortunately, it's starting to sleet, and we are pretty far from home, far enough to sort of kind of freak me out, so I'm not very happy about this weather.
Though Beck did nearly everything for Amber, nothing was ever good enough. She still talked down to them.
If you could change one thing about each other, what would it be? You can go first.
I think I would change your confidence level because you have a knack of letting people drag you down. And you lose your confidence and you lose your drive and you give up. I feel like if your confidence was a little bit higher, you'd be like, I don't care what anybody else says. I'm going to do what I want to do, what I think is right for me to do. And you wouldn't listen to other people.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think if I could change anything, it would be like your priorities within like your priority list.
What does that mean?
I just feel like maybe your priorities are a little off. I don't know, babe, you're perfect just the way you are, so it's hard to choose.
She was so indifferent to Beck's feelings that she didn't even want to attend a family gathering for Beck's birthday.
Today is Becky's birthday. Right now we're just at her dad's work. He wanted her to come by to just say happy birthday probably. Oh y'all, I only got 1 hour of sleep, literally. I wasn't even gonna come, to be honest, but I knew I had to. We're doing like a little like birthday dinner with some of her family, like her mom and her sisters and such.
Despite barely being mobile, Amber constantly expressed her desire to travel, then blamed Beck for why she couldn't.
I really want to take a road trip, like I really do. I think it would be so fun, like renting an RV.
What's stopping you? Travel. Go places, see things while you're young. Becky doesn't want to right now.
I want to go to Bora Bora, or I just want to travel. Like I want to travel so bad. That's just like such a dream.
People travel alone all the time. You don't fit in airplanes. You can't drive. Hence, that is why you don't travel. It's not because of Becky not wanting to. It is because Becky doesn't want to right now, lol. When they did travel, however, it would only be to stay in hotel rooms and order food.
I'm actually starving, so... Masala. This is a plain. I've never had Panda Express before. So I wanted something sweet, so I got a Ben & Jerry mint. I was working as hard as I could on becoming more mobile. So I thought by staying in a hotel, okay, I kind of sort of have to walk down the long hallways, and I have to stand in the elevator, and I have to walk through the big lobby, and I have to wait for the valet to give us our car and all this stuff. So I thought it was a good way for me to be mobile while also being lazy and eating whatever food I wanted, because when I went to Lexington, I was a glutton.
When Amber wasn't eating, she was deliberately annoying Beck, who was already exhausted from their medication and hours of driving.
Help me wake up this one. Help me wake up this one. Help me. Babe, the sun is still shining.
Where?
It's not black out.
There is no sun outside.
Wake up. Mom. In this case, babe. No. Let's go to a party.
With our eyes closed. In the bed.
She said, with our eyes closed. I am very, 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 very. Are you mad, babe? I'm very sad to announce that Becky and I are leaving tomorrow. I don't want to go home. I kind of want to just live here. You want to move here, babe? Do you want to move here, babe? That's a no, I think.
Amber was desperate to leave Kentucky. She often criticised it, making Beck feel guilty for not wanting to leave their family.
I'm not technically from Kentucky. I've been here for maybe almost 3 years. I absolutely hate it here. To me, home is very where the heart is, and my heart really isn't like in Kentucky per se.
It would hurt me so deeply, and it always has when people would just talk so bad about Kentucky. I'm just like, you all don't know. Yes, we do have our stereotypes, but there's stereotypes everywhere, especially Eastern Kentucky, because that was, where my family is from, and it felt very personal. And I'm just like, we're not all, dumb, uncultured, uneducated hicks who don't wear shoes and don't know what electricity is, But yeah, I did not like whenever she would stereotype and say that she hated living there and stuff. It got on my nerves.
Perhaps one reason why Amber didn't like Kentucky was because she had no family there, and lacked the deep connection Beck had with their own.
I just am feeling a little emotional right now because, my mom lives in a completely different state than me. All my family does. I literally live in Kentucky. I don't know anyone here besides the people that I've met since I've been here, if that makes sense.
I didn't hear from a single family member this Thanksgiving. Not a single one. The only people who said Happy Thanksgiving to me, I'm not kidding, was Becky, Crystal, and Crystal's parents. The only people, besides my wonderful subscribers. Nobody else. I'm just like, okay. I mean, think people might be busy. I don't know.
Anything you dislike about the holidays? Yeah, the fact that I don't have blood family, that's kind of hard. I don't know. It comes and goes, the feeling of just being super depressed. It's holiday depression.
No, would you ever consider moving back here, or do you just really like Kentucky?
I don't like it here, but I mean, I know Becky would never move.
Yeah, does she have a lot of family up there?
And she's very close to her family. Very.
She never compromises. Why do we live in Kentucky? Because I am compromising. I don't want to live here.
Would you ever consider moving to make Amberlynn happy?
I don't want to move out of Kentucky. And I told Amberlynn whenever I first got with her that I wouldn't, because I've made that mistake before. I missed out on so much on my family. Someone died and I wasn't able to see them or go to their funeral. It was just really bad, and I don't want to do that again. But I would move to a bigger city for her, yeah.
Despite the pressure from Amber to move, Beck was adamant that they weren't going to move away from their family. A decision that proved to be wise once Beck got some horrendous news.
So I just wanted to start this video by saying there will be ads in this video because I want to donate all the proceeds, every single last penny that I make on this video towards Becky's mom.
People learned about Beck's mother's battle with breast cancer through a GoFundMe set up by Beck's sister.
Becky wanted to keep this private and off of YouTube, but it's now like on YouTube and people know about it. So her and her family have agreed that we want to share a GoFundMe. Watch as many ads as you can so we can donate as much as we can to her mom.
Me and my mom have always been very close. When this came about, it's easily one of the hardest things that my family's ever been through. She went and had a annual mammogram, and she didn't expect anything to, come back. When it came back that it was cancer, that really gave all of us a reality check. We just never thought it would be our mother.
Norma would undergo breast cancer surgery. Despite the medical efforts made, doctors were unable to remove all of the cancer, and it had begun to spread.
My sister tried to be as strong as she could, but I could see the tears in her eyes. My mom completely had a breakdown. The whole way I drove home, I tried to pretend like I was okay, just trying to be strong for mom. And I wasn't. When I got home, I was a mess. I do believe in God, and I will never waver on that. And I pray every day that this will just go away, because I've seen miracles, and I'm hoping my mom will be one. We don't know if my mom's insurance will pay for the chemo. The gas back and forth is going to be outrageous. Me and Amberlynn have helped, and we will continue to help. And the proceeds from this video, all of whatever we make off this video is going to go straight to my mother.
But we will continue to help in every way possible. And it's just a really hard time I hate seeing this happen. It's just, I love her mom, and it's like, I've been in their life for 2.5 years now. So it's like, and it's like, I know how it feels because my mom also went through it. And
I'm trying my best to help my mom, and she has always been practically my everything since I was an infant, and I need her around. I need her. And if this is what we have to go through to keep her here, then so be it.
A woman claiming to be the ex-wife of Jerry, Norma's partner, would begin posting online, alleging that the GoFundMe was a scam to solicit donations. She insisted that Norma's medical expenses were fully covered by Jerry's military insurance because they were married. These accusations sparked outrage, leading people to flood Amber's video with comments, send accusatory messages to Beck's family, demanding refunds from the GoFundMe. The stress these allegations put on Norma and her family were tremendous. This was especially true for her daughter, Misty, who went on Twitter to try to defend her mother. But my mom said she prays that none of you ever have to go through something like this, but I'm the opposite. I pray all of you get cancer, ask for help, then get called liars and ridiculed. That's gonna be awesome.
And I know, oh my gosh, I wish I could change it. I know Misty should have never, ever got on there and said what she said. And she truly, from the bottom of her heart, does regret it. But it was just in the heat of the moment, the anger, because someone had put on there that they needed to just go ahead and pretty much just let me die. Just let nature take its course was the words they said. And that really upset her, as it would anybody that loved their mom. And that's why she said that, what she said, which she shouldn't have. And, but I can't change that. I wasn't the one that said it.
Beck's family had not anticipated the backlash they had received from their fundraiser because it was not a scam.
At the time, my mom was in a relationship with her partner Jerry, who she did marry, but their marriage was not legally binding. They had a ceremony with a relative as the officiant. My mom was very religious and had been married before to my dad. After their divorce, she didn't want to legally marry again. She called what she had with Jerry a Bible marriage, and it was not official, and so she couldn't benefit from his insurance. Instead of explaining all of this respectfully and showing understanding for everyone's concerns, I felt attacked and defended myself and my family instead. During that relationship, I never saw the positivity in the community. I had a lot of negative opinions towards everyone in it and the people who criticized me. This caused me to become overly sensitive toward criticism from the audience a lot.
Soon after publishing the GoFundMe video, Amber would take it down, which many took as proof that the scam allegations were true. She would later make a community post citing that her reason for taking the video down was not because of the allegations, but instead because she had unknowingly gone against YouTube terms of service by encouraging her viewers to watch the ads in her video. Because of Amber's reputation as a liar, it was no surprise that many did not trust her word.
As you guys know, there is just a lot of false rumors going on right now. It is crazy right now, and I feel horrible for all of us involved, mainly Becky's mother. She has surgery tomorrow, and no one needs to be that stressed for that.
I was told someone, or more than one, is trying to sue me over the GoFundMe. I said, let them. I have nothing to hide. It was all legit. I have all the proof I need. I can back up everything with my doctor reports, so I don't care. God knows me and my heart, and I never in my life ever scammed anyone. I would never do that.
Nothing about what me and Becky said in the video we uploaded was a scam. Everything that was relayed to me to say in that video was what I was told to say in that video.
Amberlynn got on there because I watched it and told everybody that, we told her what to say, and no, we did not.
Viewers had noticed Beck's changing eating habits, sparking speculation about possible health issues. Their significant weight loss only fueled these concerns.
I don't know how to say this correctly without sounding stupid, but I lost 40 pounds.
Do you guys remember when Becky lost a lot of weight? Let's start off with that, just so they can see the time frame.
I guess it's definitely from cutting out pop, and recently I've started eating better, so that's probably also helped shed a few pounds or so.
It was a little awkward because everyone was congratulating her on her weight and saying how proud they were of her.
I'm just so proud of you, and a lot of people have been asking how you did it and such, so.
While saying Amberlynn's a fat piece of crap because she can't lose weight like Becky is.
People know, because you really can't tell. I can't tell.
I can tell.
The only place I can tell is maybe my legs, but you can't tell here, that's for sure.
She started not to eat as much.
Everything sounded nasty. I didn't want anything. It made me sick to my stomach. I would gag whenever I would try to eat.
There were times where she would take a bite of food and she couldn't even swallow it.
Can I get a to-go box? Yeah.
As many suspected, Beck was facing serious health issues. They'd been diagnosed with diabetes along with multiple mental health conditions, including bipolar disorder.
Becky's not feeling very good. She has a really bad headache and her neck hurts. Can I tell them, babe?
Yeah, that's fine.
She's going through some withdrawals because her, what do you call it, therapist? They're having her go off of a certain medicine, and she's withdrawing really bad.
Not long after Beck's bipolar diagnosis, Amber began experiencing mental health struggles of her own.
Mentally, I'm not doing very good. As you guys know, I suffer with really bad anxiety and depression, and I feel like some other things, and
She scheduled an appointment with Beck's psychiatrist and, shockingly, was diagnosed with 5 different mental illnesses, all in a single visit. 3 of those diagnoses, coincidentally, matched Beck's.
I have really bad memory loss from traumatic events that happened in my childhood. Obviously, I was diagnosed with depression. That is a given. I was diagnosed with anxiety/panic disorder. Obviously, I was diagnosed with obsessive compulsive personality disorder. I am bipolar. I have known for a very long time without actually being diagnosed that I am bipolar.
Soon after Beck began taking an array of medication, viewers began to notice a shift in their personality. Once animated and fun, Beck now appeared subdued and depressed.
You pumped? You amped? Which one are you the most excited for?
Probably Ma, because I'm not big into like alligator stuff.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to give, we're gonna have to tell YouTube what you think of the crawl one then afterwards. Look at her face. She's actually gonna get her hair done. I'm sad. Look at this. She has like healthy, beautiful hair. Are you sure you want to do this?
Do you know how hard it is to take care
of? She is currently going through something right now, and we don't want to share that. And it'll explain why she's always looking sad. It is heartbreaking, but we're trying to just move forward. I have spent a lot of nights crying, but I am trying my hardest to be the opposite of that, because I don't want Becky to see me breaking down, because then it'll just make her break down even more. So I'm trying to be like the strong one in this situation, because I don't want her to be more hurt than she already is.
Their speech and movements were slow and zombie-like, which had many people concerned for Beck's well-being.
I'm literally shooketh. Becky, not amused. You look like you're about to fall asleep. You don't like this?
Oops, I think I opened my eyes a little bit. Can I open my eyes?
Okay.
Oh, that's so cute.
Remember you wanted one?
Yeah, let me try it on.
I would not respond to nothing. Literally, Eric, Ricky, Amberlynn, a whole bunch of friends over playing Jackbox games, and I'm just sitting there staring into nothingness. I didn't know where I was, or who I was, or if I even existed. There were moments where it was just like I was on autopilot, like there was nobody here.
I think it's gonna look good. We tried last year, but the garland was too short, so.
Well, it was too voluminous to hang on those little hooks we had.
Yeah, and that.
Yeah.
While Beck was battling their mental health, an even more dire crisis was unfolding.
Okay, so I actually went to my therapist, and she herself was like, I don't like how you're looking. She's like, you look bad, Becky. She's like, I know you've lost weight, but I can tell it wasn't a healthy loss of weight. She's like, so we're gonna have your blood tested.
I was on metformin for diabetes, and I guess I was allergic to it or something, and it started killing my kidneys. I went into renal failure.
And it's so crazy to go back and watch the vlogs from that time, because me, Eric, Ricky, we were all used to you acting like that. So it's like, we knew something was wrong, like we saw it, we were bothered, but we became so used to it that we forgot how you used to be.
Despite Beck's condition, Amber would continue to rely on Beck for just about everything. This included driving, which was obviously not only dangerous for them, but also everyone on the road.
Because it was last Monday, today's Sunday. But I've been going like a lot lately, and it's like, I need a... Oh, dear Holy Father.
Sorry.
Ooh, that girl's big mad. Did you not see her, babe?
Yeah. No, I didn't.
Should Becky be driving in her condition? Becky is totally okay to drive. She's okay to cook. She's okay to do literally anything. I should have never, ever asked Beck to do anything while they were like that. And I'm sorry for that. I should have never asked for anything, ever. I hope my
finger wasn't the way I went.
This is my 29th birthday.
Check out my cake.
It's sugar-free.
Yes, it is. I'm excited.
I don't remember anything about it. I don't remember any of it. I was misdiagnosed with bipolar type 2 and was taking an array of medicine trying to figure out what's going on with me. And in turn, it pretty much turned me into a zombie. I don't remember anything about this, but a lot of people knew how I was acting really weird. I was zombied out of my head, and I moved very slowly.
What happened, babe?
My piece fell apart.
I'm gonna get yours. She looks happy.
But I absolutely look like crap. I was not taking care of myself. Being forced out of bed was the only way I was living. I was on absolute autopilot. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't there. There's a video of my family singing happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
And my mom's there. It's my last birthday with her this year, and I don't remember that either. This was literally the worst time in my life.
Beck's family grew increasingly concerned about Beck's mental and emotional well-being, convinced that being in a relationship with Amber was only making them worse, and they desperately wanted to help Beck find a way out.
My family saw red flags from the beginning. My mom, my sisters, and their then husbands all quickly had arguments with Amber. My family is not perfect, and some of them have very, very different opinions from mine, and not all of them support me, but my sisters and my mom did, and were nice to Amber. Amber would go out of her way to stir the pot and start arguments with them. My family pointed out that Amber was controlling, that I was seeing them so much less, and voiced their concerns about my well-being while caring for her to the extent that I did. The day of the intervention, my family asked to meet me at a park, and I had no idea why. This all happened during the bad times, so I don't remember everything that was said. My mom was the one who planned it. She talked to my sisters and said that she wanted to meet up with me away from the rest of the family and talk about her concerns. My mom and sisters all met me at the park and sat down with me. Mom felt like I was being held hostage by Amber and being kept from seeing the family. She saw the state my mental health was in because she had never seen it become so bad before. Because of that, she was really concerned for my safety and just wanted me to leave her in the situation I was in.
Despite their best efforts, Beck was too blinded by Amber's manipulation to leave her.
There were many times that I had tried to break up with her, but she would somehow find a way to stop it from happening by saying that she would fix things and things would get better and we would get better.
She wanted to break up with me. And I said, no, I'm going to be here for you. I'm going to stand by your side.
Yeah, it was me. I tried to end it.
Because her brain was not working. And I said, nope, I'm not having it.
There was this one time that we had an argument on the way home, and we stopped in the driveway and argued for a few hours in the car, and she just would not accept me trying to break up with her and would not let us go back in the house until I agreed to give her another chance to fix things and make things better.
Eventually, Beck would stop taking the medication that was ruining their life, a relief to all of Beck's loved ones.
She has done a 360. Me, her family, and friends, we were all worried that this was the new Becky. We thought we lost her forever, but she stopped taking her medicine and she's like the old Becky again. It is so crazy.
Surprisingly, Amber had some success in improving her health, losing nearly 70 pounds. But despite the progress, years of neglect had already taken a toll on her body.
This is honestly the worst I've ever looked, felt. And it's crazy because it's like I'm down almost 70 pounds. It's like I should be feeling on top of the world, but I'm not. There is a health problem I'm having right now that I don't really want to talk about. And it's like, I know I need to go to the doctor, but like I'm afraid to go to the doctor.
Although she was nervous about seeing a doctor, Amber felt compelled to keep losing weight, driven by the thought that she might need medical help down the road if things went wrong.
I am too big for a CAT scan. I am too big for an MRI. You know, those things are serious things. And I never thought, you know, oh, I'm never gonna have to get an MRI or a CAT scan. We can't say things like that because you never know what's gonna happen or what you're gonna have to do in your life.
Unfortunately, Amber's realization came far too late to stop the nightmare that was about to unfold.
I went to the hospital last night and so I've been having female problems for a very long time, and I've never been to a gyno, and that's my fault, which I get it. That's very apparent that I've done this to myself. So last night I went to the bathroom and I went pee, and when I stopped peeing, there was still stuff coming out of me. It sounded just like I was peeing. I went to stand up and the whole toilet was filled with blood. I knew right then and there I needed to go to the ER because I can't even put into words how bad. When I would walk, it was falling down my legs, and when we got to the hospital, I wasn't able to walk. They had to put me in a wheelchair. I had blood everywhere, and it was terrifying. Globs like this falling out of me of, I don't even know what, I guess tissue, and it was just like I was peeing. It was so scary. So I was sitting on the bed, and I felt something on the side of my leg. It was so bad that it was now seeping through every part of me. The tissue was now coming out of my pants. I can't even explain it. Like, I've never in my life. Finally, a gyno came in, and she said she was gonna put me on a medicine and see if it'll stop the bleeding. You think he was a gyno too? He was like a surgeon.
He was a surgeon.
He said, you're gonna have to have surgery right now. He's gonna take off the tissue. It's supposed to supposedly stop the bleeding. And he's gonna test it because it might be cancer. And, long story short, I did have the surgery. It's been scary, and I do want to say that I'm still bleeding, and I think that's why I was super scared. I'll get the results next week if I have cancer. So I got my results back, and I do have cancer. I have womb cancer. And so it's uterine cancer. And I know it's my fault because I'm sorry guys, because I didn't see someone. I knew there's been a problem for so long. I just had to tell. I wish I had my mom.
Though this diagnosis was a punch to the gut, it wasn't surprising. Amber had ignored her health for most of her life, which played a major role in her developing uterine cancer. Along with this, She hadn't seen a gynecologist since she had begun bleeding. 2 years prior, a cancer diagnosis wasn't bad luck. It was a harsh consequence of her laziness, a result of years of neglect, slowly eating away at her health. This should have been a wake-up call for Amber, and it appeared this way in the beginning. Amber wanted to lose weight to reduce the chances of complications during her surgery.
And I know I can do it because I'm actually going to truly try. I'm going to do the calories, I'm going to do the measuring, I'm going to do the weighing. If the word diet is going to change my life and help me during surgery, then I'm just going to go with it.
Even with her health on the line, Amber quickly fell back into old habits.
Something shifted inside of me, and I was eating ice cream and fried foods, fast foods, restaurant takeout. Like, it was like unstoppable. I stopped caring. I threw my weight loss out the window. I have gained weight from that because that's what happens. I am disheartened because I wanted to be, for my surgery, the best me that I can be realistically.
Beck was overwhelmed by the pressure and heartbreak. Supporting Amber through her cancer battle was hard on its own, but at the same time, their mother, Norma, was losing her long and brutal fight as her cancer metastasized. What made it even harder was that Beck barely had time to be with their own mother. Amber's constant needs left little room for anything else, forcing Beck to put their mother on the sidelines when she needed her child the most. The pair had also decided to move to an apartment in Lexington to be closer to the cancer center, which put more pressure on Beck, having to handle all the packing and moving on top of everything else.
We're so exhausted. I don't know how we were able to find a place, pack, U-Haul, unpack the U-Haul, and now like unpacking all within just a few days. It's absolutely insane.
Amber would undergo a full hysterectomy and the healing process would begin, with Beck once again taking on the role of her full-time caretaker. In the midst of it all, Beck would face the greatest pain imaginable, the loss of their mother. After a brave and relentless fight against cancer, Norma passed away at home on July the 24th, 2020. Her loss was devastating to those who knew and loved her, but the most heartbreaking part was that Beck wasn't there. Beck was miles away tending to Amber's every need, being a slave to the very woman who had kept them from seeing their own family, and leaving them without room to grieve. Beck was unable to be with their own mother in her last moments, a regret that would haunt them forever.
These were the darkest moments of my life. I look back on them now and wish I could slap myself awake from a nightmare. I don't know why I let her control me so much. I wish I would have just run away and told her no. I have so many regrets from that time, but she knew what she was doing. She knew she was manipulating me into isolating myself from my own family, begging me to spend time with her instead of my mom, causing rifts between us in the very little time I had left with her.
Becky FaceTimed with me, and guess what? She isn't staying the night with me. I'm just so upset, and it breaks my heart that she is a slave to Amberlynn and lets her control her. Tears streaming. Why does Becky let Amberlynn own her? She is choosing Amberlynn over her own mommy. I'm just broken. I miss Becky and want to spend time with her. Becky is brainwashed. Something isn't right. I feel it in my heart. Becky is in bad shape, and this was before all this happened. I worry so much about Becky. I believe with all my heart Amber mentally abuses Becky, and I hate that.
I hate that because of Amber and her hold on me. I wasn't there for my mom the way I wanted to be. I hate that I don't remember our last Christmas together. I hate that she cried for me when she was losing so much.
Beck had no time to grieve their mother's death. All their time was spent fulfilling Amber's demands, helping with cleaning herself, using the bathroom, cooking, even injecting her with her medication.
Wait, let me choose where. I'm not going to show you guys wherever she's doing it right now. I guess right here. She's doing it right now.
I'm trying to distract myself. But, oof. Yeah, I didn't feel that one, thank God.
Beck would drive Amber wherever she wanted to go, and would assemble all of their new furniture.
I think I stripped the screw.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
I deformed it.
Oh wait, that's the top. How is that the top?
Oh shit.
There's wheels right there? Did you mess up?
Yeah. I'm so stupid.
Is it fixable?
Should be.
Alright, babe.
Beck, of course, had to take care of the animals as well.
Twinkie gets a walk every single day. It's usually Becky who takes her.
But regardless of all that Beck did for her, Amber still found opportunities to belittle Beck.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Okay.
I'm gonna put chapstick on first. Is that TikTok? Did it hurt?
A little bit. A little bit.
Oh, baby. You wanna try this, babe? It's good. You just like ate that cup. What do you think? Put on your dang mask. So, I did get Becky mask just like this, but hers is Galaxy, but it doesn't fit. Explain to them what it does.
It's like, doesn't fit this much of my face. It only goes to about here. So it likes to bunch up. I actually think it's for a little kid.
It's the same size as what I have.
Your face might be smaller than mine.
She always manages to film me at my worst angles, just like maybe she's trying to make me look worse and make her look better.
On fleek.
This is a horrible angle of me.
My hair. I love you, babe.
I love you too.
Amber couldn't even show basic decency when Beck and their family were choosing a headstone for their mother.
And we are headed about 2 hours from here to my family to finally pick out a headstone for my mom's grave. And then we have to go back to her house and go through her things, which I haven't been there since the funeral, and it's going to be extremely difficult, but I think I'll be okay.
So, Becky and her sisters and her mom's lifelong partner are across the street looking at headstones, and I'm just feeling sort of emotional. Becky's mom was her absolute best friend, and I just want to be there for her. And out of respect, I didn't obviously go over there. I just felt like, you know, yes, I'm part of the family, but I felt like it should be him and the 3 daughters. I just got done crying a little bit. I'm just feeling a lot of emotions. Like, I wasn't able to go to the funeral because it was like 2 weeks after my surgery, and I physically couldn't, and it just makes me sad. So being here for this like makes it even more surreal, and I am hurting for Becky so bad.
Amber simply couldn't just sit and reflect on Norma's passing. She took this painfully inappropriate moment to film a TikTok video.
How come the guys who are against gay marriage are the guys who watch lesbian porn and get turned on by it?
You guys saw, how long was that TikTok? 15 seconds. You guys didn't see the tears. You guys didn't see this and that. Like, you can't sit there and like do that. You just can't do that.
That was freaking wild, wasn't it? Like, I knew she was in the car because I didn't expect her to get out and walk. She didn't do that. But I had no idea she was sitting in the car making TikToks.
In both life and death, Amber showed little respect for Norma. This was made even clearer when one of Norma's friends released voice messages Amber had sent after Norma's first cancer surgery.
I am not trying to argue with you.
That is the last thing I want to do since you just got out of surgery. I don't want to cause any more stress onto you, onto Becky, onto anyone in your family, onto myself, because that's just not going to fix anything. I am just tired of the added drama onto my YouTube. I'm tired of not being appreciated when I try to help you the best that I can. And it's just frustrating. This whole situation is super frustrating. I have left comments on your Facebook regarding your cancer. I have asked how you're doing. I have been there in that sense. And, you know, we don't have to really go down the line of, oh, you didn't message me, because I can say the same about you, where not once have you thanked me personally for the money I was going to give you, for the video I made. Not once did you say sorry for any of the things that you have brought to my channel that is in a negative light.
You have not once called me and said, Norma, I am so sorry that you have cancer. I am so sorry that you had to go through this. Not once have you ever said that to me. Not once.
Amber spoke to Norma in a condescending and cruel way, blaming her for the backlash over the GoFundMe video. Somehow she managed to make it all about herself, completely disregarding the fact that Norma had just come out of surgery and was the one actually suffering.
Me and Becky's mother, we had our ups and our downs. It is very common for that to happen with in-laws. You guys have no idea what happened on Norma's side and what happened on my side. You guys don't know. You guys don't deserve any sort of explanations, because this is a personal thing that happened in the past. Norma and I had problems at one point, but it's not this big, grand, horrible thing that is being created.
Amber would later clarify what she meant when she said that Norma never thanked her for the money she was going to give her.
In the voice memo where I said I was going to give you all the money for that video was because I was going to give her all the money for the AdSense, and I didn't make any AdSense money on it because the video, I actually ended up deleting it, if you guys remember, so that's what I meant when I said that. So
the truth was, Amber had profited from her GoFundMe video. Even though she deleted it, she still collected ad revenue from everyone who had watched for however long it was live. The financial support Amber had promised Norma never arrived. Instead, the money stayed right where Amber wanted it, in her own pocket. But Amber's betrayal would not end there. When Amber moved in with Beck, she was too lazy to open her own bank account. Instead, she convinced Beck to share theirs, eventually turning it into a joint account. With Amber pressuring Beck to quit their job and refusing to let them find a new one, she became the sole source of income. Though Beck had access to the joint account, Amber soon created a private account where she deposited her YouTube earnings, an account Beck was completely locked out of. With full control over their finances, Amber was able to manipulate and financially abuse Beck, forcing them to comply with whatever she demanded, including surrendering their inheritance.
When my mother passed away, me and my siblings received a portion of a settlement from my dad's job that ended up being around $5,000 to $6,000 for each of us. I was not allowed to keep it. She told me that the money had to go into paying the bills and my half of the rent.
Amber forced Beck to transfer the $6,000 into Amber's own private bank account, and Beck would never see that money ever again.
I really wanted to hang on to that money, and I wanted to have it in case I needed it, or, do something to honor my mom. Amber demanded me give it to her because I owed her for everything over the years. So that's the least I could do. When I told her that I would like to do something with the money, she dismissed it and treated me like I owed it to her, and it wasn't my choice. She used paying for bills and buying food and gifts as leverage to get away with anything. This was enough in her mind to justify all the things I did for her and owe her more. I took care of her because I cared about her and knew she couldn't do a lot of things herself. I cleaned up after her and the pets. I ran errands for her. I took her to appointments and restaurants and anywhere she wanted to go. I made her a huge part of my life and inner circle. I tried my best and did anything she wanted me to do. And Amber used her paying for things that I needed to manipulate me into handing over the money for my mom's settlement. Because she knew that if I had access to that money, I had a greater chance of leaving her.
To be told that, like, I financially abused someone when, like, all I ever did was try to, like, help is hard for me.
Beck had no money, no freedom. They'd been beaten down so much that they felt powerless. They were completely under Amber's control. Despite all of the emotional and financial abuse, Beck did what they thought was expected of them and proposed to Amber.
Shh, don't tell anyone. But Becky and I are talking about marriage, and if she proposed to me, I would cry. I would be so happy, and yes, I would be happily married to her. Like, even just thinking about, like, her being my wife is just like, it, like, makes me feel a certain type of way that, like, in my chest, that's, like, just a good feeling that I just can't even explain.
You know, we had no business getting engaged, but, you know, she ordered the rings without me knowing and was like, you know, these are the ones I want you to propose to me with. So I did. I felt very pressured to do that, and there was just no telling her no. So that's why I just went ahead and did it, and I'm not proud of it at all, but I wish I could go back and have not done it at all and just ran as far as I could, but here we are.
I never once told them to propose to me, ever, ever. But I know that when people are in toxic relationships, sometimes it is hard to get out. So proposing to an outside perspective, it is confusing, but I can see why it happened, because when you are in a toxic relationship or a relationship that you're not happy in, sometimes it is hard leaving.
Though Amber had heavily pushed Beck to propose, her reaction was anything but enthusiastic. Instead of joy or excitement, she seemed indifferent.
Hello, I'm engaged, so that is an actual situation. I am shook to the core.
I felt pressured into doing it. I didn't really want to do it. And I don't think she really wanted to do it either. She just wanted to be engaged. Like, it wasn't, you know, with me or anything. She just wanted to have that status.
The fact that Becky wants to marry me and, like, spend forever together is really something special. True love, I'll tell you that much. Like, our love for each other is just so, like, unconditional. Your I'm engaged video was so sad because you ain't actually happy. I seemed sad in that video? I am very happy to be engaged to Becky and knowing one day she's gonna be my wife. It makes me, I get butterflies in my stomach. I feel like I'm gonna cry. I get super emotional. This warm, fuzzy feeling just, like, elopes my whole body. I'm sorry that I portray that differently online. If only you guys would have been there when she proposed, you guys. I cried and I laughed because how she did it was so cute and so Becky, and I am very happy to be getting married to her, and I hate that people think otherwise.
What made it worse was the way she later talked about the proposal story, as if it was some joke rather than the special moment it should have been. When recounting this story, Amber spoke in a condescending manner, mocking Beck's attempt and making it clear she saw the whole thing as awkward and unimpressive.
I was sitting in the living room. It was about 2 a.m. and I remember it being January 13th because my partner thought that she wanted to change that day for me because years prior, that's a day that I got broken up on. So she wanted to change that day for me into something special, which I get where your mind frame's at. It's a good mind frame,
but it's also kind of weird all in the same. So I'm in my muumuu, not showered, hair greasy as per usual. She walked out of the bedroom with something in her hand, and it was like this clear box, and it was small, and I could tell something was in it. And she just sat down across from me and handed it to me, and I looked at it. You guys, this is embarrassing, but it's like an actual true situation type deal. It was a tiny pink vibrator with a engagement ring wrapped around it. And she looked at me and said, "Will you have sex with me for the rest of my life?" And I said yes. We had sex one time in the last like 3 years. So it was a definite, I don't know, it was very like disconnected. But just because something comes from a good heart doesn't mean it's not awkward.
Amber's condescending behaviour towards her engagement to Beck was just another reminder of how little she valued them. Beck had endured the mistreatment and manipulation for so many years, leaving them feeling trapped and powerless. The weight of it all had now become unbearable. Yet Amber remained oblivious, or perhaps in denial, of the pain she had inflicted. While even her audience could sense that their relationship was failing, Amber would insist that everything was fine.
People have noticed that I haven't been wearing my ring. You guys haven't been seeing Becky in my videos. A lot of people are saying that Becky and I aren't together anymore. It's all a coincidence. Becky and I are together. I'm so happy and engaged. Like, Becky and I did not break up. We are engaged. We are the closest thing to the opposite of breaking up. It's just so funny. Trust me, if she did not want to be with Amberlynn Reid, she would not be with Amberlynn Reid. Like,
Amber's control over Beck did not end at timing them or controlling their finances. Amber also felt entitled to control Beck's privacy. Amber had always gone through Beck's phone freely, reading messages, checking their activity, and keeping tabs on them.
I would go through Beck's phone, yes, and I also did it to past partners as well. Not a good look. Very not a good look.
Yet Beck was never allowed the same access to Amber's phone, claiming she had private journals she did not want Beck to read. It was a clear double standard that Beck had no power to argue against. But ultimately, Amber would end up crossing a new line.
She had started pretending to be me in text messages because I'd had a group message with Eric and Ricky that we had had for years. And she was mad that she wasn't added to that one, that she had been added to a new one that we created for all four of us. And so she was pretending to be me, asking for her to be put in our old friend group one from years ago. They automatically knew that it wasn't me. They could tell that it was her. And me and her just got into a big argument about that. And it was so bad that we just ended up going to sleep. We were in the living room. I was on one chair and she was on the couch. And we went to sleep for a really long time. And when we woke up, we started fighting again. And then I ended up going to my family's that weekend. And that's whenever I decided that I didn't want to continue being in this toxic relationship anymore.
All right, so do you want to tell them?
Okay. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and just say it. We have broke up. It happened Sunday. And it was initiated by me. But the fact of the matter is I've had a lot of time to think. We just want different things in life. You know, Amberlynn wants to leave Kentucky one day, and she wants to see her family, and she wants to move to another state. And it's like, this is my home, and this is where my family is, and I don't want to leave. But I love her. I love her.
I love her. I don't care what anybody else thinks of her. I know who she is. And she has her faults. And I have my faults too.
For 4 long years, Beck had been trapped under Amber's control, unable to see a way out. But they had reached a breaking point and found the courage to break free. Choosing themselves over the relentless cycle of manipulation, they finally ended the toxic relationship. For the first time in years, Beck could focus on themselves and finally begin the healing they had been denied for so long.
I have a lot to take care of in life. I've got, I'm going through a hard grieving process right now, and I can't be the partner that she needs because I am angry with God right now. I cannot be the partner that Amberlynn needs right now. I can't, because I want to focus on myself. I want to grieve my mother properly.
The day of the We Broke Up live stream was really stressful. She spent the day asking me if I was sure about my decision, guilting me about how she wasn't sure what she would do without me, trying her hardest to make me feel awful.
Amber couldn't comprehend why Beck had ended things. Instead of acknowledging the grief that Beck had yet to process, she dismissed it entirely, choosing instead to paint herself as the victim. In her eyes, Beck didn't break free, they'd betrayed her.
I just feel like my heart's being ripped out of my chest. Because we went from being a small family to this. It's just really heartbreaking. As cliche as it is, it's literally just sometimes love isn't enough. I think I'm in shock. And I know once we move, I'm going to just completely fall apart, and I'm honestly afraid for that moment.
I'm excited, but I'm also absolutely terrified. And like she said, it's still shock.
Well, at least you're excited, you said. That's a little crazy sounding.
It's because I'm excited to start taking care of myself. I want to go to the doctor, get my skin condition under.
But you could do all that now.
Amberlynn, with us together.
You can't go to the doctor with us together?
I'm talking about taking care of my diabetes, my weight, you with your weight, your issues. We're standing in each other's way.
Okay.
We are. We've been together for 4 years, and how many people are telling me, I'm an enabler for allowing you to do what you do?
Yeah.
Throughout their live streams after the breakup, Amber's passive-aggressive comments towards Beck became more and more apparent. She wasn't just bitter, she wanted Beck to feel as hurt as she did.
Why does it seem like Becky is being so cold and unemotional? I don't know, kind of hurting me.
I'm not being cold and unemotional. Who said that? Well,
Angie.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Angie.
I kind of get it.
No, you don't.
You are being very nonchalant.
I'm always nonchalant.
Like, obviously, whenever I broke up with her, it was just, she was just angry. Like, how dare I have the audacity?
I don't know how to word it. How do you word it?
What?
Like, I thought we were forever, and, like, you blindsided me.
Who said that?
I did.
Oh, are you still on the
lesson one? Like, what is a lesson in that you can't trust everyone?
During that live stream and the following ones, it was obvious to me that she was trying to insult me and put me down to the audience. She really thought she was being clever.
Becky, I think you just need a long vacation.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, she's great with her decision. She's just thriving.
I'm not, Amberlynn. This is hard on me, too.
Trying to make Becky feel bad for leaving you, huh? ? Well, she proposed to me, and we were in love, and we had some of our future planned. So yeah, she should feel like fucking utter shit for breaking my heart.
Who's to say I don't?
My broken heart, my anger, the resentment, whatever it may be, does not justify the way that I treated Becky. I was mean. I was. Because I was mad. And when I get mad, I get irrational. I say things I don't mean.
I want to take care of my health. I want to grieve my mother properly. I can't be taking care of this and that and the other whenever I'm over here barely able to take care of myself. I just want to be selfish.
You have been.
I'm talking about, like, I've never been
joking.
allowed to just think of me.
Yeah, because you've been in a relationship for over 4 years.
The real reason Amber was so upset wasn't heartbreak, it was the loss of control. Without Beck, she no longer had a caretaker to fulfill her every need.
Hi, Amber. When you say you're fearful being on your own due to your size, what exactly is that fear that worries you?
I wouldn't be there to take care of her anymore, and that's what she was most affected by.
Heart attacks, strokes. What if I fall in the shower? I wasn't really hurting. Like, I thought I was hurting, but really, when Becky broke up with me, I was just scared of the future is what it was. I was crying because, like, I was scared of what that was going to mean for me.
Though Amber knew she was incapable of doing things as simple as using the bathroom by herself, she still felt the need to lie to her audience, insisting that she could handle things just like everyone else.
Hi, Amber. Will you be getting a dog walker and a card taker for your household and personal needs when Becky is gone? Wishing both. No, I can take care of myself. Like, it's almost insulting for you guys to think that I can't take care of myself.
Though Beck was now on a journey of self-healing, Amber had no intention of changing. Instead of reflecting on her actions or taking steps to improve, she remained stuck in the same cycle, refusing to grow and better herself.
Are you going to get your driver's license now? No, I'm not. I'm not. Thank God for the good old Uber.
Can you answer me this? If you lose the weight and get down to a size where you can do things, would you?
What do you mean by do things, though, first of all?
Like
walk in a store for 500 hours?
I'm talking about driving.
I can drive now. Could I? Yeah, I think I could. Oh, the haters are gonna love.
It's because, Amberlynn, I'm thinking in my head, have you ever drove a car?
Yeah, when I was with Crystal, I did.
How'd that go?
I fit just fine.
I'm not talking about size.
Oh, what are you at? Oh, I thought you were talking about size this whole time.
No.
Oh!
I'm talking about can you drive a car?
I thought you were calling me fat this whole time. No, I can't drive a car because of my anxiety.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which I've been telling you to get that worked on too.
Yeah. I'm trying.
One major point of contention between them was the idea of travelling. From the very start of their relationship, Beck had made it clear that they never wanted to move out of Kentucky. Staying close to their family was their top priority, something that Amber would always disregard. But since the passing of Beck's mother and the end of their relationship, Beck began to feel more open to the prospect of seeing the world. Amber wasn't too pleased with Beck's sudden change of heart.
Becky wants to travel. That's new. She never wanted to travel. She never wanted to. She was too scared to go on a plane, like over the waters. She never wanted to move anywhere different. Like, my dream is to live in Seattle.
The plane was not the thing.
Becky will never do that.
The plane was not the thing. It's always been a bucket list of mine to jump out of a plane. So it's not the plane. I went through this major period around 2019. That's whenever I started becoming very afraid of everything and having anxiety, and I was afraid to leave my house. It got really out of control, you know? So that's what that was about. And plus, back in the day, I was like, oh, I don't really want to go far because, you know, what if something happens? And now I'm at a point where I'm like...
Now you're at a point, you'll live in a different state.
I don't know, maybe.
I'm leaving. You guys know how much this affected us. Would you ever consider visiting Texas?
I would. I would love to go visit west of Kentucky. It's just leaving Kentucky is the most terrifying thought. My family.
It's your family, yeah. Are you emotional right now, Brett? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Oh, your family's there. Do you want me to move on? Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Amber, why did you say that Becky was stopping you from seeing the world when you can't travel now anyway? Because she didn't want to travel at all. If I was to lose all the weight, she didn't want that. She didn't want to travel.
Which I do now.
Which is so crazy to me. It's like, what the heck? Because that was like a really big like deal breaker in my head. I can't see myself living in Kentucky forever. And that's what she wanted. I did not. And there was places I want to go to, things I want to see, family to visit, and she didn't want to do any of that, which
I did too. I just didn't want to move to all them places.
Honey love, sweet lips.
What?
Sugar plum. Like, no.
No what?
That's a lie.
Whatever, bruh.
She is lying. Example.
Yeah, if
3 hours
plane
3 hours away.
Flew.
3 hours away. Okay.
I had really bad driving anxiety.
How long
and
have I
Amberlynn
known
doesn't
you?
care about that.
We're literally arguing on here because you're lying.
Amber couldn't have cared less about Beck's desire to stay close to their family, even after the devastating loss of their mother. Instead, Amber resented the fact that Beck was willing to drive hours to visit their family, but refused to chauffeur her wherever she pleased, using it as yet another way to guilt and manipulate them.
What I'm trying to explain to you guys is that something as simple as there's this place 3 hours from here that I wanted to go to. And a big hard part for me was like her not wanting to like take me, like, but then she would drive hours away for like other things or people.
Like what?
We'll talk about this later. It's just one of those things.
Okay.
You could say the bad that I've done.
Oh, the other places I've went for people? Because I knew where I was going.
Even after the breakup, Beck and Amber still shared a bed, something that Amber had made her two previous partners do due to supposed attachment issues. This seemed like a last-ditch effort to keep Beck under her control, even though they were no longer together.
How's sleeping in the bed together going? Really good. I actually had her lay the opposite direction, so her feet were next to my head, and she's fine with that.
She would try to cling as hard as she could to a person even after the relationship was over. So, you know, she would be like, I don't want to sleep alone. I'm scared. Can you still sleep in the same bed with me? You know, she would guilt trip.
I don't like sleeping alone. Like, it is what it is. And Becky, it's not like I'm holding her hostage, telling her to come sleep in the bed with me. Clearly she wants to as well, but not in a weird way. Do you and Becky still sleep in the same bed? We do. It's because I have a king bed. It's just big. It's more comfortable. It's just two friends sleep in the same bed. It's not that big a deal.
With Amber still having a hold over them, Beck struggled to fully grasp the extent of the manipulation they had endured. So when viewers would begin to point out Amber's mistreatment of Beck, both of them denied that there had ever been abuse during the course of their relationship. Whether it was because of fear, guilt, or simply not yet seeing the truth, Beck couldn't bring themselves to admit just how deeply Amber had controlled their life.
Elle, let's not act as if you haven't mistreated Becky. We've both mistreated each other. I've never denied, but there's never been like abuse or anything like that. So I don't want people to think some scandals over here, because there's not.
We just have issues with compromising and
a lot
decision making.
And Becky, never mind.
I am not good at compromising.
I almost just said.
I'm not good at compromising.
She's a good.
If you're gonna say it, I'm gonna say it. Her too.
She's good at
Her too.
No, okay. Can only imagine how abusive Amber is to Becky off camera, judging by how rude and toxic she is being now. Do what you need to, Becky. Wishing you happiness.
You guys, you got it all wrong. I'm just telling you. I don't understand what you mean, abuse.
Why would she want to stay my friend? Why would her family want me to stay a part of their family if I abused Becky? If I was abusing Becky,
trust me, her family would know, friends would know. People change when they're constantly being attacked. They're getting told every day that they're fat and gross and 600 pounds and bedbound and disgusting and smell and you're a monster and you abuse Becky and your animals. You can't do anything for yourself. You can't even wipe your ass. Like when you're told those things every single day over and over and over and over and over, my spirits, they get destroyed.
Perhaps realising that she could no longer maintain a hold over Beck, and despite telling us she never wanted to be in another relationship again, Amber started to look for Beck's replacement.
I don't want to be in a relationship. I know I have a bad record of always finding someone like a month after a breakup, but I cannot see myself ever remotely looking at someone like I looked at you. Not even close, so.
For over a week, it was an emotional roller coaster going from being completely fine to begging for me to come back, then emotionally manipulating me in an effort to get me to rethink my decision, and then being angry at me.
Oh, Becky said that if I got with someone, she'd be jealous.
Yeah, because I'm not breaking up with you because I don't love you.
Oh, what a sweet little Ruby. There's this girl, she's super sweet, she's very flirty, and I don't know how to like take, if like I'm taking it seriously or if she's like trolling, but it doesn't seem like she's trolling anymore. She's just very sweet and flirty. And
Ew.
I showed you her, remember? You don't remember?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, so the title says new wifey because it's a joke. Do I have someone currently calling me wifey? Yeah, I do. I'm gonna be honest. I'm no longer single.
As Amber quickly rushed into this new relationship, she would take the opportunity to demean Beck even further. She would constantly compare her new partner to Beck, painting Beck as the source of their past relationship's problems, while making their new romance out to be perfect.
Like when you see me and wifey interact, what do you think?
I can definitely tell you both care very deeply for each other.
Mhm.
She's all the time hyping you up and
I just want to see an outside perspective.
telling you that she's proud of you.
Y'all don't even know. Like I have never had a connection like this with someone ever, and I really don't care if people don't understand it. Like I really don't at all.
Once Jade came into the picture, all manipulation toward getting me back ended, and there were no longer any moments of being nice to me. Everything became about rubbing this new relationship in my face, and making sure I knew how quickly she had moved on, and making this split up as hard for me as it could possibly be. She treated Jade much better than she'd ever treated me, and she made sure that I saw that.
Why is it that you feel like Becky didn't help you or support you as much as wifey? She like gives me goals and like makes me like put out positive like affirmations pretty much. Like we have like a little weight loss goal, like like she's helping me want to like walk more and like giving me little goals. I think I've never really had someone that I'm like into like that, like want to help me with stuff like that. Like Becky just, she didn't seem like she had the desire to help me like wifey does. What do you miss most about being with Becky? Nothing.
Though Amber wanted to keep the identity of her new girlfriend a secret, she had given her audience plenty of not-so-subtle clues about who her girlfriend was. She had titled her live streams with the city where her new partner lived, and even included her partner's surname, making it easy for viewers to piece things together.
Who's Francis? I don't even know who Francis is. Like, no idea. I'm just kidding. Y'all are gonna think I'm crazy. It's just an inside joke. I promise.
Due to Amber's carelessness, viewers quickly uncovered the identity of Wifey, whose real name was Jade, though Amber stubbornly refused to confirm it. In the end, it wasn't Amber who revealed the truth, but Beck. During a casual phone call, they inadvertently confirmed Jade's identity.
Alright, I gotta get on. I love you. So Jade, I love her too.
You literally said I love you to me.
Yeah.
You can't be doing that.
Yeah, you're my friend. Bye.
Oh, okay. Love you too. She's never said that. All right, y'all. I think it's about that time. I think it is about that time.
Despite the fact that it was Amber's own breadcrumbs that led her audience to discovering Jade's true identity, she refused to take any responsibility for that. Instead, she shifted the blame to Beck and threw them under the bus.
Her name is not Jade, and you guys are literally messaging someone who has no idea who I was until now because they messaged me on Instagram.
I didn't know how anybody would not see through that because it was so obvious that it was the same person.
Becky said her name was Jade. It's a joke because you guys started saying her name was Jade, so now Becky calls her Jade as a joke. That's why I didn't have a reaction to it. Like, I even texted Becky, actually. Here, let me read it to you guys because it was a hootin'. Yeah, I got mad at Becky. This is the text that I sent. I said, ha ha ha, they think that, I'm not gonna say her real name. Haha, they think that blank's name is Jade, I'm dead. But now I'm getting messaged by these 2 girls today and they're being bothered by trolls. I'm done talking about her. I said, this is kind of your fault because you had to go and make some stupid joke like you always do. I kind of was mean to her, but whoopsies. Whoopsies.
She was absolutely mad at me. She was seeing red. She completely blamed me for her being doxxed, said the whole thing was my fault.
Because Beck had been financially dependent on Amber for so long, they needed to find a way to support themselves, and they started working for Uber Eats. At the same time, Amber offered to pay Beck to continue appearing on her live streams. Though it may have seemed like a kind gesture, it was just another way for Amber to maintain control. Amber seemed to take great pleasure in bragging about the financial power she still held over Beck.
This super chat is for Becky and only Becky. Don't worry, she gets paid doing these now. She's officially on the payroll.
You ever just have one finger that itches? Just
Yes,
out of nowhere?
that means you're gonna get money. Oh yeah, you are, because I'm giving you money for this live stream. Look at you! You have a job!
I have a job.
I know, but
already.
I'm like someone's boss.
No, you ain't.
I knew I had to be there until I could get my things to move out, and with the promise of being paid monthly to help me get back on my feet, I tried to keep things amicable. I did try to clap back a few times, though.
Nah, she's not my boss. She knows I won't listen to a damn thing she tells me to do.
Well, if she wants to get paid,
I can get money somewhere else.
Then do it. You are fired.
I'm gonna have my own channel, and then I'm gonna be your boss.
This is the most awkward live stream I've ever seen. Becky's in a weird headspace, but
no,
this is her job now.
I'm doing something.
Y'all, I pay her monthly now.
I'm doing something.
I'm proud of myself, and I'm proud of her.
Good evening to everyone except Becky, lol, JK. But here's my question. How is it that Becky dumps Amber, but has an entire audacity to still become a paid employee of hers? That's messed up. Well,
if you knew how much I paid her, you wouldn't think it was messed up. I told Becky she has to pay half the bills. And that's that. That's on that. Because we're not together anymore. So I chose to make her I chose to make myself a boss. I'm joking. The only thing she does is live stream. Like, she doesn't do anything else. She just sits on these live streams with me because it helps. I know you guys love her and the vibe and the whatevers. And it helps me. Maybe I'm being selfish. I really don't care.
Will Becky still do the lives when she moves out? No.
Well, can we talk about that off camera? Because I'll still pay you. Don't you want extra? All you do is sit here and talk.
I don't know, man.
We need to sign a contract.
We'll see what
Can
I'm
we
up
get like
to.
real professional with this?
We'll see what I'm up to. Because I know how you'll get too. You'll be like, I don't have items and I need you to go to the store to get them. Amberlynn, it's like 11 o'clock at night and I'm tired. But I'm your boss.
That's a fucking lie.
You know, she would also be like, well, I need you to do things for me. I can't do these things on my own, especially like, you know, going places and shopping and stuff like that.
It's my big tater.
She's just lying all through this live stream. Like,
Clearly the more well-liked of the two, the audience directed most of their questions towards Beck. Amber sat on the sidelines, unable to hide her jealousy at the attention Beck was getting.
I know I should join a paranormal investigation team. That would be so awesome, like a daisy. See, Becky, you give off such good vibes. You seem like a sweet, interesting person. Funny person. I wish you all the luck on your journey of healing. I'm sorry that I am speaking weird. I'm not really good at reading out loud sometimes. Becky, how's your kidneys now? Hope things are on track, and I wish you well.
She's the one talking. So, Amber's mad at all the attention Becky's getting. If that was the case.
Exactly. Wouldn't you just do that?
Okay, guys. Ready?
Yes.
Who wants to talk? Yeah, I noticed my live streams are like pretty boring when it's just me. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and like be 100% with you guys. Like, very, very, very boring.
Amber did what she always did when she wanted attention. Cry and try and garner some sympathy.
I don't know how long these live streams together will last. I have my own channel and I've got my own everything happening. I think that would be a good time to go separate ways when it comes to channel. What are you doing? Oh, okay. No, she's not checking out of the stream. She just needs a minute.
Okay.
Favorite dev tone song? And please tell Amberlynn I send a virtual hug. Hearing her cry off screen breaks my heart.
Oh. Wait, you guys heard that?
After enduring years of abuse and Amber's relentless efforts to belittle and humiliate them, Beck had finally reached their breaking point. The effects of Amber's manipulation had faded, and Beck made the decision to stand up for themselves once and for all.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
More likely to name their car.
Oh, 1, 2, 3.
I've named every car I have.
Mm-hmm.
I've had.
Yeah, that car out there is mine. I didn't get to name it.
Yeah, that car out there is mine. Who's the one that takes it to get all their oil changes?
Becky.
With it? Who's the one that
Becky.
drives it? Who's the one that I take care of it? Come here. Come here. Yeah,
Such a fucking lie. Oh my god.
That is not. I was getting really tired of her getting me on a live and then trying to make me look bad. Whenever I leaned over and was like, who's been wiping you? It's because she just kept on trying to make me look bad. And I was just like, look, you're trying to act like I didn't do anything for you, but I did this. I didn't realize everybody would hear, but I'm glad they did.
I'm not a flat earther. I just joke about it. Just like you joke about things that you just joked about that wasn't even funny because people hate on me all the time.
That wasn't I even supposed
and
to
they
joke
think,
about, but I think that I joked about, but I actually didn't end up joking about it all.
Becky, let me text you real quick.
She was really mad about it. She told me that her audience is never going to let her live it down. And I think she told me to lie and say that I was just joking about it, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, you can't joke about stuff like that. People take you serious.
Well,
don't
be saying the things that you were saying.
Okay, but you can't joke about stuff like that.
Okay, then don't be joking about the things you were joking about.
By the time Beck started moving out, Jade had already moved in to take their place. Amber was done with Beck, setting her sights on her next target. Not only had she taken Beck's inheritance, but she had also refused to pay Beck the money they were owed from the live streams. As a final betrayal, Amber announced she was taking over their joint bank account, the account that had originally been Beck's, leaving Beck essentially penniless.
She gave me $100, and that's what I used to go get the U-Haul with, and I only had one day with that U-Haul because I didn't have enough money to pay for an extra day.
Hey everyone, I'm very sweaty and my hair's a mess, but I am in a U-Haul and I'm getting ready to leave and I'm so excited. We are getting ready to leave and head up to my old apartment and I'm going to start packing, and then tomorrow we are
getting me moved.
I was trying to rush and pack everything that I could as quickly as possible, and I was running out of time, so I had a little breakdown and was crying about it, saying I didn't know how I was going to pay for extra time with the U-Haul because I didn't have the time to get everything, and she started laughing about it. So she was laughing about the fact that I couldn't afford to continue to have the U-Haul for longer.
The room totally empty, pretty much. It's kind of sad, but I'm ready to start this new chapter.
Beck would move in with their friends Hannah and Rafe. After relying on Amber financially for so long, Beck struggled to make money on their own. On top of job hunting, they also began dealing with car troubles. Friends and family encouraged them to start a GoFundMe to either fix their car or buy a new one. They would successfully reach their goal of $2,000, but much like the last fundraiser they had promoted, this one would not go as planned.
Question, how's your car doing? I hope to see you back on the road soon and doing deliveries. Here's the story with the car. I didn't know what all's wrong with it because it is a slew of things. So far, I have only paid $250, and that's to get the O2 sensor fixed. The rest of it is going to have to come in a period of a span of time, because it's like one thing after the other. The O2 sensor got fixed, and he was like, okay, well, that didn't fix it, so next we're going to have to do spark plugs, and I need shocks. One of my wheels is bent a little, so I have to get that fixed. It needs tire rotation, balance, a tune-up. Other than that, I have had zero money, so I've had to live off of the GoFundMe money too. You know, bills. I have $700 in bills a month. That's car insurance, car payment, phone bill, few other things like I owe for Netflix to Amberlynn. So honestly, I've had to live off of most of that GoFundMe money. I didn't scam anyone. So chill, bro.
Many viewers were frustrated that Beck hadn't used the fundraiser money strictly for fixing their car. The idea of their donations going towards Amber's Netflix bill only made things worse. Beck's passive-aggressive attitude didn't help either.
I understand now that I should have communicated better, and I definitely should not have gotten snappy with people who came for me after the fact. It was easier back then to get a reaction out of me. I thought that fighting back in a petty way was all I could do.
Soon, they felt obligated to make a video explaining the GoFundMe situation in more detail.
It wasn't a scam. I promise. This GoFundMe is not a scam. But I do want to apologize for the way I have handled everything. I'm pretty upset at myself for the way I've handled things. Argumentatively, snarky. I'm sorry, that was me jumping to defense, feeling like my character's being attacked and I had to attack back. I am sorry for doing that. I did still spend that money on my car. I still did. I had car payment, car insurance. I had to put gas in the car. It's just been a really hard last 2 years. I just keep feeling like I just keep getting kicked and kicked and kicked. And I'm grateful for the ones who have supported me and have sent me positive messages and who believe me and don't think I'm a terrible scamming person, because I'm not. I want to move forward from this and show you guys who I really am and not what all of this has made me out to look like.
In the years after their breakup with Amber, Beck continued to struggle financially. Their mental health would also worsen, and the holidays only made it harder.
No, I'm definitely not ready for the holidays. This time of year is always very difficult for me. Because, you know, Christmas is just, ever since 2006, we lost somebody every 2 years. You know, it was my grandpa, and then my nephew, and then my aunt, and then my mama and my papa, and then 3 years later it was my great-grandmother, and then 5 years later is my mom. But Halloween and Thanksgiving and Christmas is just really hard because the family just keeps getting smaller, you know. But this wasn't meant to be sad, so I wish I could look forward to the holidays. I used to.
After years of caring for Amber, Beck finally had the chance to care for themselves, giving themselves the space to grieve, attempt to heal from the loss of their mother, and wrestle with the guilt of not having spent more time with her while she was still alive.
If you could say one last thing to your mom, what would it be? I would probably let her know that... I'd probably just let her know that I wish I'd spent more time with her. You know? Definitely.
You're gonna lose people. And you just gotta come to terms with it. But these memories are things I will hold on to forever. And I love those memories.
Though Amber and Beck had remained cordial after their breakup, Beck wanted nothing more to do with Amber, which is why they decided to try to sell the engagement rings Amber had bought, a lingering reminder of 4 long years of abuse. It wouldn't take long before viewers noticed the listing.
So I did try to sell them on a Facebook marketplace, but no one wanted them. So Amber did catch wind of it and she wanted them back. I don't know what she wanted them back for. I guess maybe to try to sell herself, but I don't know.
When they got engaged, Amber lied to her audience, claiming that Beck was the one who bought the rings.
You don't like the engagement ring Becky got you. 100% false. I actually picked them out myself. 2 years ago on the willy-nilly, I sent her these 2 engagement rings that I absolutely love, and I wasn't thinking anything of it. The fact that she got me the exact ones that I asked for and that she saved that for that long is like goals.
Later, she reluctantly admitted she had bought them herself, spinning it as an attempt to protect Beck, when in reality it was just another selfish lie meant to uphold the illusion of a perfect relationship.
I lied here. I wanted to protect Becky. Becky and I agreed that we would say that she bought the engagement rings. A lot of people were saying, oh, Becky used Amberlynn's money to propose, I didn't want people to think that. I also selfishly, I will say that selfishly, didn't want people to think that I bought my own ring. I just feel like some lies are to protect yourself or to protect the people around you. We were protecting ourselves from judgment.
Beck kept trying to distance themselves from Amber, repeatedly telling her to stop mentioning them in her videos. But Amber not only ignored their requests, she doubled down, continuing to bring them up while finding new ways to demean them. The harshest example of this would be what she said in an Instagram Q&A. Do you think your cancer journey would have been different if you were with your current girlfriend? I would have went to the doctor sooner. I wouldn't have ever waited till I was bleeding to death to be rushed to the ER. Shockingly, Amber blamed Beck for not getting her medical attention sooner when she was experiencing symptoms of cancer, shifting responsibility onto them instead of acknowledging her own inaction.
When I got blamed for the cancer, I was like, dude, me, Eric, Ricky, my mom, my sisters, every single person in your life, even your own friends, told you, hey, you should go to the OBGYN. And she wouldn't. She would not go. So how was that my fault?
She never once blamed me for her having cancer when it was happening. None of that happened until after we had broke up and things started going bad. She just wanted to blame me for something.
Amber knew full well that Beck wasn't responsible for her neglecting her own health. She herself had previously given different excuses for avoiding seeing a doctor, none of which involved Beck.
I'm scared of seeing a gyno. I talked about it in one of my last videos where it's just a fear that I have had. I get horrible anxiety around it. It makes me feel sick and nauseous and just like fear, like a lot of fear. And I've been having some lady issues for most of my life, but the last year it's been way worse. I just wasn't responsible. I didn't care enough. My fear was a lot bigger than it should have been. And sadly, I didn't love myself enough. And, you know, it's my fault that I have cancer. And it'll be my fault if it's spread. Over 2 years ago, I started bleeding and I bled every single day. Some days were lighter than other days and other days were heavier. And I didn't think anything of it until probably, it was going on maybe the second or third month. I actually had a friend who told me it's probably endometriosis. And she said it's nothing really to worry about. This is that type of situation where it's like, don't always listen to your friends because sometimes they can be wrong. At about the 6-month mark, I really began to worry. And at that point, I just started blaming my weight.
Amber blamed her weight, fear, and even used an imaginary friend as a scapegoat for why she avoided seeing a doctor, despite her severe bleeding. Instead of seeking real medical help, she did what she always did, Googled her symptoms and self-diagnosed.
But I have been having horrible cramps for like 5 or 6 days now. Ugh, it's been so bad. I don't usually get cramps, so this has just been really bothering me. But I Googled it. I Google everything. No, but Google has a lot of information that is accurate, especially when it's like continuous, all of the same information over and over. People in their 20s and then their 30s, I guess, get really bad cramps. I don't know.
She would self-diagnose constantly based on how she felt and a few Google searches. She was constantly worried about every symptom she had, so she would always come up with a diagnosis on her own for each one. She would go to the ER so often, but rarely or never go to a primary care physician, OBGYN, psychologist, or therapist who could have been much more helpful.
I know you are not supposed to use Google as your doctor, and every time I put my symptoms in, it always said uterine cancer. And I remember, I still have the text, I texted Becky because I didn't want to say it out loud in front of her family. I said, I need to see a gyno. I honestly think I have uterine cancer. And when you say something like that, you're self-diagnosing. And long story short, I was right.
Though Amber suspected she might have cancer, she did nothing about it until the bleeding became excessive and impossible to ignore. Are you insinuating that it's Becky's fault that you didn't go to the doctor sooner pre-cancer? She didn't seem concerned, which made it to where I was less concerned than I should have been. I'm pretty sure we talked about this on livestream, but she didn't even want to take me to the ER the night I was bleeding to death. She admits that it was wrong of her, and I accepted her apology, and I hold zero resentment. But my girlfriend now would have literally forced me into the gynecology office, even if I was bleeding for more than 2 months, let alone almost 3 years. Sometimes your surroundings and environment play a big role in situations like this. Just remember to advocate for yourself, because I didn't till I finally did, and it was almost too late. It's up to you to save yourself, no one else.
I didn't blame Beck for that, but I did at the time blame Beck for not taking me to an appointment sooner. And for that, that's fucked up. That ain't right. They would have, if I would have asked sooner, quicker, faster, this or that, they would have taken me. So at the time, blaming her years ago, stupid behavior on my end.
Following this, Amber would also go on to admit that, throughout their entire relationship, Amber had questioned her own sexuality, but was too afraid to be honest with Beck, revealing another layer of deception. I spent almost 5 years with Becky, and 4 of those years included me keeping a secret, questioning my sexuality. I kept that secret even though it was tearing me apart daily because I did not want to hurt her while we were in a relationship, and I did not want her constantly living in fear that I was going to leave her for a man. I did that because I loved her. I did that because I cared about her. I did that because I put her before me on several occasions, even during something as big as this. I felt like I could not be myself while I was with Becky, but once she broke up with me, there was a weight that was lifted, and I was able to start understanding myself more.
Apparently, the entire 4 years that me and Amberlynn were together, she was questioning her sexuality.
I'm literally pansexual, I feel like. I would date anyone. I would.
And she knew. She knew the whole time. And it was just, I would pick up on little things, like, I would be like, so are you like into dudes too? Or like, what is it? And of course, I would be scared to death.
I have said some things that are very confusing, like finding certain guys like attractive or whatever. And like I have a crush on Eric.
I always told her, I said, if you are, I'm not gonna leave. We can work it out. I just want to understand, and I want the truth. People just can't tell the truth anymore.
Baby, I try to tell you over and over, that's not me. I'm a lesbian. Don't worry, I'm not like your exes.
I know. Her being hidden away in the closet the entire 4 years we were together, that was her fault. Because I gave so many opportunities for her to come clean to me, and every time it was a fight or, she would get defensive and a little angry.
I always kept wondering in my head, like, why would I make out with a guy? Like, lesbians don't make out with guys.
Yeah, I know. Like, and every time I told you, then that does not make you a lesbian, you would get so mad at me.
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm sorry, but I can't fake being a lesbian for almost 10 years now. Like, it's just, no. I'm repulsed by DICK.
And she would tell me, I feel like you're invalidating that I'm a lesbian. I gave her so many opportunities to tell me. And I told her I wouldn't leave. I told her I would support her and love her, and we would try to work through it. Hearing her pretty much blame me for staying in the closet until we broke up hurt, because to me, lying to someone is probably the biggest betrayal, is to just lie, especially about something that big, and especially whenever someone has asked you time and time and time again after picking up on certain clues and figuring it out, and then you get defensive and angry. So no, it was not my fault that Amberlynn stayed in the closet until we broke up. That's on her. She had opportunities. I was not going to leave her. I wasn't going to go anywhere. I cried a little, only because all of my suspicions were right, and I had once again been lied to and kept in the dark.
Whether Amber had lied to Beck for 4 years about her sexuality or was simply being spiteful after their breakup, one thing was clear. Her sexual preferences seemed to be dependent on her partners. As soon as she entered a relationship with Jade, who was polyamorous, Amber began hinting at the possibility of experimenting with men.
Bestie, you said you wouldn't date, love, or have sex with a guy. You're a lesbian. It's okay. Well, the situation is... How do I explain this? I'm willing to experiment. Stop. I am. And I think, should I just stop there? I probably should. Yeah, I'm willing to experiment. Amber, just a few weeks ago, you said you could never see yourself, or never yourself imagine being with a guy, and you were grossed out by the thought, strictly clit-ly. For sure. I feel like I'm being, kind of shamed right now.
After everything, being lied to, manipulated, and publicly dragged into Amber's drama, Beck struggled to move forward. Constant scrutiny and lingering trauma made it hard for them to stay online, leading them to take repeated breaks from YouTube. Every time they returned, it felt like something was always pulling them back down, making it harder to truly move on with their life.
January, I ended up losing my job, and my depression and anxiety had gotten so bad at that point. I went and spent 5 days on the 5th floor of the hospital, which is a psych ward. That stay didn't help anything at all.
On top of being admitted to a psych ward, Beck was also arrested for failing to appear in court over a citation related to their license plate. This only added to their struggles.
Me getting arrested caused me to lose my insurance, and I still don't have my insurance, so I've been without one of my medications for a while. It's loricidone. I'm on 3 different antidepressants, so my anxiety and depression has been like out of control lately. These last few months have been just nothing but struggle after struggle after struggle.
Though it had been years since they'd been together, Beck was still clearly struggling with the adverse effects of being in an abusive relationship with Amber.
And as far as talking about my ex, I don't know if I can date ever again, because I've just got so much trauma and PTSD. I feel I'm ruined from being in relationships. I'm terrified. I'm so scared that I'm not enough, and what I bring to the table isn't what anyone would want. I've been trying to work on like self-love and stuff, but it's been so difficult, so hard. I just feel like I gave everything that I had, and I don't have anything else to give anymore. When you're taking care of someone 24/7, you sort of lose yourself. You lose bits and pieces of yourself trying to give to everyone else. And in that point in my life, you know, I was isolated from a lot of people most of the time. It really hurt some relationships. I have regrets with my mom that I'm never going to be able to fix, and it kills me.
Whenever Beck returned to YouTube, many viewers criticised them, believing that they only came back when they were in need of money. Other viewers urged them to open up about their relationship with Amber and share the full extent of their experiences. Though Beck occasionally spoke vaguely about their feelings during the relationship, they avoided discussing the specifics. Whether out of fear of judgment or simply not being ready to relive the trauma, they kept much of their story to themselves.
You and Becky being in cahoots is fucking disgusting.
Me and Becky are not in cahoots.
Whatever, you are. You don't know what Becky put me through, and no one does. No one does, because I am not that person. Like, I wish you would just fucking leave my name out of your mouth.
I mean, same.
On with your life.
And I'm sure Becky feels the same way.
I don't talk about her.
I don't want to hear it.
When I was with my ex, like I felt like I was stuck. Why are you more sexual with Feline than you were with your ex? Becky kind of has to deal with that. She has to deal with her ex kind of bashing her.
Me and Becky equally decided that we will not talk about each other. And since that point, I have not talked about her.
That's why Becky has literally texted me saying she doesn't understand why you can't keep her name out of your mouth.
When? For how long ago?
It was
over a year?
It was like a month ago.
I have not talked about Becky.
Beck's silence about Amber became harder to maintain because Amber continued to talk about Beck online. OMG, what I put her through, she is so delusional. Maybe she wants me to tell everyone what she put me through, and all of my close family and friends. I'm not the only person Amber has done wrong. She's pushing me, you guys, and I am not in the mental headspace to deal with her. Like, I don't even want to waste a second of my time on her because she's not worth it. But she gave me and quite a few other people in my life trauma. I don't talk to Destiny much, but she offered to do a live. Amber talking about what I supposedly did to her, maybe we should compare. Maybe I should come out with everything. Or maybe I should let nature take its course for a person like Amber. Whatever shall I do? Beck was nearing their breaking point. Desperate to put an end to Amber constantly talking about them, they even threatened legal action if she didn't stop. But Amber persisted for years, continuing to bring up and demean Beck. The final straw came when Amber discussed Beck in a reaction channel's livestream chat, where Amber made it out that she was actually the victim in the relationship. When we broke up, I felt bad, so I let her have all the money she needed, but Feline didn't like that, which makes sense. You kept her away from her dying mother. She didn't even use that money on the car. Gosh, I could say so many things, but I can't. She said she would sue me, so I have to shut up, but people would be shocked and not believe a word I say. She had a job that was ruining her back. I told her she didn't have to go through that. I was helping her. I made a lot of money and wanted to take that burden off of her. You abused her financially, mentally, emotionally, and verbally. You've admitted this. If that makes me a bad guy, fine. I hear your opinion and it makes sense based off of what you know. But your opinion would probably change if you knew everything. I thought I was doing the right thing. If I could go back, I'd do everything differently. After years of abuse and the struggles that followed, Beck came to understand that remaining silent about their time with Amber wasn't helping their healing. It was only giving Amber control over them. Eventually, Beck would find the strength to speak out against their abuser.
She lies about me because she thinks that she has power over me and that my fear of the public reaction will shut me up and that everyone will be left with no choice but to believe whatever lies she spread. Well, she's wrong about me and she no longer has that power over me. I want to be the one who tells my story. I have so many gross things that I've seen you do, both to me and the people in my life, that I've kept quiet about because those things are embarrassing or have something to do with very personal matters. Despite how you've treated me, I still have empathy. However, if you want to lie about me, I won't hold back. I'll be brutally honest about things I know about you.
Amber herself was once a victim of abuse in her childhood, but she has continuously weaponized her trauma to manipulate people into getting her way in many different scenarios. Even now she is doing that, trying to paint herself to look like as much of a victim as her own victims. She wants me to tuck my tail and run away from this like I've done before, but I won't be doing that this time. I don't want you guys to believe I am some perfect victim of Amberlynn Reid. I'm not and have never been perfect before her or after. She continues to say that everyone believes I am all good and she is all bad. She acts as if I've never been criticized in the past or now. But the truth is she has never been able to take criticism and still can't handle it. Anyone who has ever had something to say about the crappy things that she has done is against her and has it all wrong.
At first, Amber seemed to take the high road, almost appearing to take responsibility for her abusive actions.
I genuinely feel like Beck deserves an apology for the wrongdoings that I did do. If they truly feel like sharing their story is what is going to help them in the long run, then go for it. I am always open for growth and for changing to be a better person every single day. And I want to reflect on the past more because that actually genuinely helps me see ways that I need to improve and ways that I already have improved. I did do abusive things. I did mentally and emotionally abusive things, like being controlling like that. Yeah, I was extremely toxic.
However, her facade quickly crumbled as Beck began reliving the embarrassing and disturbing details of their time together.
I will take accountability for what I did wrong in that relationship all day long. I'll admit to everything. But what I don't think is fair is like the exaggerations, the lies. Did B need to wipe the choker stains? There is no choker stains. So that was a lie. That was one of the lies. You already have true tea on me that I'm willing to admit. So why go like above and beyond to like make it sound more worse than it already is? Because it's already pretty fucking bad. Let's be so for real. Like, it's embarrassing. Like, genuinely.
Amber became increasingly defensive. She wasn't sorry for what she had done to Beck. She was furious that Beck had finally found the courage to speak out.
Like, all of my fucking situations where I was vulnerable and like I trusted this person. That's the sickest part of it all. Is I trusted them. Beck is not this like angel. Beck is not an angel. There's two people in this situation, and I'm telling you, we're both shitty. And I admitted to my shitty. And I am like being so honest about things that are genuinely so fucking embarrassing. And like, Beck's not. Beck's a fucking not. Like,
in a desperate attempt to regain any sympathy from her audience, Amber resorted to every trick she could think of. She blamed her BPD, twisted the narrative to make herself look like the victim, and ignored the fact that she had total emotional and financial control over Beck.
You didn't know that controlling their time was not okay. It's weird. So with BPD, you have some people call them tantrums, some people call them meltdowns, some people say it feels like you're possessed, some people, like, everyone has like their own little word for it, but you know, like within yourself, like, I need to calm down. Like, what am I doing? But when you have BPD, you cannot regulate your emotions. That is the problem. And I know a lot of people are like, you are not a victim. I'm not saying I'm a victim. I'm saying that there's two people in this story, and one of them isn't being honest about the situation at hand, pinning me as like a monster when like I'm not. Have I done bad things? Yes. But pinning me as a monster and like you a saint, like, it's not fair.
Amber never apologized for keeping Beck away from their mother during her final moments. It was painfully clear that she had no regard for Beck's feelings. Her only concern was controlling them to satisfy her own selfish desires.
We have Beck over here just like purposely trying to like make the narrative as like devilish as possible, and I'm just like, I feel like sometimes people don't even believe Beck, but they just say they do just to continue the narrative that Amberlynn is the most awful person in the whole entire world. Beck is one of the biggest manipulators I have ever in my life known. Very big manipulator.
Like Casey and Destiny, telling their story has been a cathartic experience for Beck, validating all the emotions they carried through that dark chapter of their life. Now, at last, they have begun to heal from the trauma that once haunted them.
Abuse changes people. It can turn you into someone completely unrecognizable. It could take years for you to find yourself again and to make sense of what was even happening. To those of you who haven't experienced something like this before, I hope that you can see this as a tale of caution. And if you have experienced something like this similarly, then I hope this helps you feel less alone. I hope that my mom is out there watching and seeing the changes I've made and is feeling peace knowing that I am safe, happy, and loved. I hope that she is proud of me for sticking up for myself and for speaking out against Amber.
Beck, well done if you made it this far into the video. I'm sure it wasn't easy watching, well, reliving 4 years of abuse. So well done if you got this far. Well done for coming back to YouTube. I'm sure that wasn't an easy decision. I bet that was scary. But you did come back, and you have inspired others to stand up to their abusers. So well done, Beck, for sharing your story. And as for Amber, you know what you're going to get with Amber. You're going to get a narcissistic abuser who will never take responsibility. No matter how many ex-partners come out with a very similar story, you're never going to get a sincere apology from Amber. She's not capable of one. So anybody holding out hope that she'll see the light and might do a sincere apology, she can't do it. She can't do it. She'll deflect, make excuses, shift the blame onto the very people she's hurt. I can't even feel any anger towards her anymore. It's just pity. It is just pity at this stage. And in the end, I think the worst punishment she'll ever face is being exactly who she is. Amber's punishment is that she is Amber. Miserable every day, hating her life. The worst punishment she'll ever get is just being her.
Extremely empathetic.
Very empathetic.
I know I have a big heart. I'm very empathetic. I'm a good person. I'm very kind, warm-hearted.
I am always, in the eyes of everyone else, the abuser to everybody. I never have my own story. Two things can never be true at once. Like, I'm always the bad guy.